Echo Hotel, wind 290 degrees, 14 knots, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
20, clear takeoff, go clear ahead, bye bye.
For Lima Kilo, Lisboa Tower, hello, via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Honorable Mike, runway 20, uniform 5, channel 4, Lima Kilo.
For Lima Kilo, wind 290 degrees, 13 knots, maximum 24 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff from 20, channel 4, Lima Kilo.
This was 120, continue approach, runway 20. Wind 280 degrees, 12 knots, maximum 22 knots, runway 20, clear to land. K16 Alpha Lima, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic on final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind.
If you're going to check final, line up and wait behind runway 02 by uniform 5, Portugal 16 Alpha Lima, boa tarde.
Cal 16 Alpha Lima, wind 290 degrees, 10 knots, maximum 20 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
20 clear for takeoff, airport show 16 Alpha Lima, obrigado.
At a source 120, continue taxi right, uniform, then Lima.
Lima, Georgia 120.
120, remain this frequency, I'll call back.
Copy, Georgia 120.
Right now at Whiskey Tango, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind the departing TP, runway 20, via Tango Cross, runway 20, behind.
The departing TP, runway 20, via Tango, cross runway 20 behind, and Portugal 89 at Whiskey Tango.
Source 120, mother language. Aeronave que fez a aproximação às estações do Google e quero saber como é que estavam os ventos para vocês.
O vento está vento, mas está pacífico, não sei qual problema para já.
2120, copiei, obrigada. Contact ground 121.755.
755, obrigado.
Right now at Whiskey Tango, continue taxi via Tango Sierra, Sierra following point, runway 20.
Taxi via Tango, Sierra forwarding point, runway 20, that's Gal 89 at Whiskey Tango.
85 Papa Zulu, Lisboa Tower, hello, via Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, traffic crossing, runway left to right.
Line up and wait, runway 20, via Uniform 5, Europa 85 Papa Zulu.
Go 88 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 280 degrees, 11 knots. 85 Papa Zulu, wind 290 degrees, 10 knots, maximum 20 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Europa 85 Papa Zulu.
Cal to Hotel Mike, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind the departing Europa, runway 20, via Alpha Cross, runway 20, behind. Alpha 0 Hotel Mike, Lisboa Tower. 0 Hotel Mike, via Alpha Cross, runway 20, continue taxi via Sierra, Sierra following point, runway 20.
Via Alpha Cross, runway 20, continue taxi Sierra, Sierra Forward, runway 20, holding point, runway 20, Portugal, Hotel Mike.
Cal 088, wind 270 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 250 and 310 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Charlie Delta, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 12 knots. 74 Lima, Lisboa Tower, hello, behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up runway, runway 20 behind.
Behind the landing, A330, line up runway 20, uniform 5, Delta Lima.
KLM 74 Lima, wind 270 degrees, 9 knots, maximum 20 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
20 clear takeoff, Canal for Lima.
Cal 088, continue taxi right, uniform left, Golf 2, all short of Quebec.
Right uniform, Golf 2, short Quebec, Portugal, 088.
Cal 088, mother language, como é que estava o vento na vossa aproximação? Cal 088.
Aqui do TAP 088 a 2000 pés, ainda tivemos 41 nós de 320, as 1000 já estava dentro dos limites a 30 e na fase final tivemos ventos de 18 a 20, alguma inestabilidade, mas nada forte comum, realmente não é o pior dia.
Fine 85 Charlie Delta, wind 270 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Cal 088, muito obrigada pelo reporte, é um tráfego da vossa companhia que está a pedir, muito obrigada. Aguardo antes do Quebec, contact ground, 121.755.
Background 11755, Portugal 088.
Niner Whiskey Tango, Lisboa Tower, behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via Serra 4, line up runway 20 behind. Cal 04 Alpha, Lisboa Tower, bom dia novamente, continua para runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 11 knots. Niner Whiskey Tango, wind 270 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 240, 320 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff. 185 Charlie Delta, continue taxi, right uniform, then Lima, break. Can you tell me how was the wind during your approach?
Right on uniform, then Lima, during the approach the wind was quite turbulent.
185 Charlie Delta, Roger, but did you experience any wind shear? Charlie Delta?
I guess so we experienced wind changes, but it was not announced wind shear by the plane, but the wind was quite turbulent and changing a lot.
185 Charlie Delta, Roger, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Via Lima 121.755, Alpine Charlie Delta, bye bye, have a nice day.
20 for Alpha, wind 270 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 250 and 310 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Alpha 71 Alpha, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 12 knots. Hotel 3, approved Dan Lima.
Hotel 3, Dan Lima.
Alpha 17 Charlie, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, via Tango, cross runway 20, continue taxi via Sierra, Sierra for holding point, runway 20.
Tango directly to cross runway 20 and continue Sierra, Sierra for position 20 in Portugal. 217 Charlie, muito bom dia.
Epical 20 for Alpha, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Pedal 3 for Alpha.
3 for Alpha, hold at the stop bar, call you back. Gal 471 Alpha, wind 280 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 250 and 310 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Alpha 3 Juliet Delta, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 12 knots. Out to Hotel Mike via Sierra 4 line up and wait runway 20. Gal to Hotel Mike, wind 260 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 230 and 320 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Alpha 71 Alpha, continue taxi right uniform Dan Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Dan Lima 121.755, report to your 471 Alpha, wind area.
Cal 43 Juliet Delta, wind 270 degrees, 12 knots, maximum 24 knots, runway 20, clear to land. 265 Lisboa Tower, hello, behind the traffic short final runway 20 via Alpha 6, cross runway 20 behind.
Roger, United 65, after landing traffic, we're cleared to cross Alpha 6 at runway 20 and Alpha 70.
Sierra Hotel India Mike, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, identified over the river, 500 feet, ZH1018, reporting tension. Sierra Hotel India Mike, sorry, connect 1008. Sierra Hotel India Mike, Roger, let me know when you want to proceed to Cascais. Portugal 834 Alpha Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via Tango cross, runway 20 behind. After crossing, give way to the United and continue taxi via Sierra following point, runway 20.
After landing traffic on runway 20, clear to cross behind and give way to the United on that campus.
Easy 26 Bravo, Victor Lisboa Tower, hello, via Uniform 5, line up on 8, runway 20, break traffic crossing the runway left to right.
Via Uniform 5, line up on way, runway 20, 26 Bravo Victor, traffic copy.
Alpha 3 Juliet Delta, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Via Lima 11755, Airport Chicago 40, Juliet Delta, again.
Scout 17 Charlie, copy ready, call you right back. Scout 1860 Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees 11 knots, maximum 24 knots. Sierra Hotel India Mike. D26 Bravo Victor, after departure, remain this frequency.
D26 Bravo Victor.
D26 Bravo Victor, confirm, remain this frequency.
And this frequency is D26 Bravo Victor.
Easy 26 Bravo Victor, wind 270 degrees 10 knots, variable between 240 and 303 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 20, Easy 26 Bravo Victor.
Sierra Hotel India Mike. Hotel India Mike, I cannot see you on my radar, just wanted to know if everything is okay with you.
Muito bom dia, Portugal 201, just to confirm, may you maintain our position or proceed to tank 5 as clear?
1860, wind 280 degrees 10 knots, maximum 24 knots, runway 20, clear to land. 26 Bravo Victor identified.
Bravo Victor.
Alto 17 Charlie behind the traffic short final, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20 behind. Alto 201 Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Old position, I'll call you back.
Position at 0.
Sierra Hotel India Mike, please again, now identified on the radar over the river 400 feet. Easy 26 Bravo Victor, contact approach 119.105.
9105 to 6 Bravo Victor.
Sierra Hotel India Mike, please again. Sierra Hotel India, my copy information, obrigada. Now 201, you may now proceed to the visual loading point on Tango 5 Volt short runway 20.
This is the visual loading point, runway Tango 5 Volt short runway 20,
7 Charlie, after departure remain this frequency, break wind 280 degrees 11 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff, runway 20 after departure, runway 20, Portugal, Control Tower.
Cal 1860, continue taxi right, uniform then Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform and then Lima 11755, Lisbon Airport, Cal 1860.
Cal 201 behind the departing traffic, runway 20 via Tango, cross runway 20 behind.
Runway 20, via Tango 5, cross runway 20 and cross runway 20 behind, Cal 201.
8148, call 3, if enable Hotel 1, Hotel 3 approved expedite vacating. Check 280 degrees 900 knots, maximum 24 knots, continue approach traffic crossing the runway. Scout 17 Charlie identified.
Charlie.
Scout 201, please expedite crossing, continue taxi via Tango Sierra, Sierra for holding point, runway 20.
Runway 20, expedite to Sierra 4, hold the point runway 20, Scout 201.
South 17 Charlie, contact approach 119.105.
105, Airport, Portugal, 27 Charlie, muito obrigado, bom trabalho.
Call back. Time 8148, wind 290 degrees 10 knots, maximum 24 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 491, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 290 degrees 10 knots, maximum 24 knots. One 7693, Lisboa Tower, hello, visual with the landing traffic runway 20.
Firm visual, offline 7693, bom dia.
7693, Roger behind the landing traffic via Alpha 6, cross runway 20 behind.
Behind the landing traffic via Alpha 6, cross runway 20. For vacating by Hotel 1.
8148, Roger, Hotel 1 approved.
Sure, approved, Hotel 1.
8148, continue taxi right, uniform then Lima, contact the ground 121.755.
121.755, Hotel and Lima Stage, 8148, bom dia.
97693, continue taxi via Alpha Sierra, Sierra for holding point, runway 20.
Alpha Sierra, Sierra 4, holding point, 20, Alpha 76.
Cal 491, wind 290 degrees 7 knots, maximum 100 knots, runway 20, clear to land. United 65 behind, traffic short span on runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20 behind. 01 Papa, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continua para o runway 20, wind 280 degrees, 11 knots. Wind 280 degrees, 9 knots, variable between 220 and 010 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear takeoff, runway 20, United 65.
Cal 4901, continue taxi right, uniform left, Gosto, contact ground 121.755. Alpha 01 Papa, wind 280 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 240 and 310 degrees, runway 20, clear to land.
Runway 10 Bravo Juliet, looking for the full length for departure today.
Runway 10 Bravo Juliet, confirm you want Sierra 4 for your departure?
Yes, madam.
10 Bravo Juliet, you should have advised that on delivery, and now you are on uniform, short of runway 20. I'll call you back when I have any chance.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. Runway 10 Bravo Juliet.
For Alpha behind the traffic short final runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up annoyed runway 20 behind. Delta Yankee Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, reduce speed 160 knots or less. For Alpha, wind 280 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 220 and 010 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Cal 401 Papa, continue taxi right, uniform that Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform Lima, contact ground 121.755 and control 401 Papa.
Delta Yankee, wind 270 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 250 and 330 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Bravo Juliet, visual with the traffic short funnel runway 20.
Confirm runway 10 Bravo Juliet.
0 Bravo Juliet, Roger. Behind the traffic short funnel runway 20 via uniform cross runway 20 behind.
Behind the landing traffic, we cross the runway 20 via uniform behind the runway 10 Bravo Juliet.
Tower 925 Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 14 knots, speed 180 knots or less. 201 via Sierra 4 line up and 8 runway 20, break, traffic will cross the runway after departure, command this frequency. Bravo Juliet, expedite crossing, continue taxi via Sierra 4 holding point, runway 20.
Expedite crossing, Sierra 4 holding point, runway 20, runway 10 Bravo Juliet, crossing now.
Via line 2 Delta Yankee, continue taxi right uniform then Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Weather uniform then Lima, ground 121.755, via line 2 Delta Yankee.
Delgado 201, wind 270 degrees, 900 knots, maximum 100 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Tower 925, wind 280 degrees, 10 knots, maximum 21 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Fine 7693, behind the traffic short funnel, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20 behind, brake after departure, command this frequency. Gal 201 identified, contact approach 119.105.
To approach 119.105, Gal 201, obrigado. Wind 290 degrees, 13 knots, maximum 24 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. 1925, continue taxi right uniform, let's Gulf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform Gulf 2 and ground 121.755, ground 1925, muito obrigado, bom dia.
782, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind the departing traffic, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind, break after departure, remain this frequency.
Muito boa tarde, behind EasyJet departing runway 20, line up and wait behind, and after departure remain this frequency, Portugal 782.
Line 76903 identified. One 6903, contact approach 119.105.
19105, Alpine 7693, bom dia.
Cal 782, wind 300 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 230 and 320 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, muito obrigado, Portugal 782.
Air 10 Bravo Juliet via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20, break after departure, remain this frequency. Cal 782, identified.
782.
Cal 782, contact approach 119.105.
119.105, muito obrigado, boa tarde, Portugal 782.
To wait 1 Foxtrot, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 280 degrees, 13 knots. 10 Bravo Juliet, wind 300 degrees, 12 knots, maximum 24 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. To H 1 Foxtrot, wind 290 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 250 and 330 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Bravo Juliet identified.
Bravo Juliet.
Air 10 Bravo Juliet, contact approach 119.105.
119.105, and thank you very much, Ryanair 10 Bravo Juliet.
Cal 1031, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind 280 degrees 8 knots, maximum 20 knots. Agent Lima Papa, Lisboa Tower.
Tower, good afternoon, Agent Lima Papa, holding point uniform 5, ready for departure.
Agent Lima Papa, copy, behind traffic landing runway 20 via uniform 5, line up on wait runway 20 behind.
Behind uniform, behind the traffic, line up runway 20, Agent Lima Papa, behind.
One Foxtrot, continue straight ahead, expedite locating via Hotel 1.
Expedite via Hotel 1, selection 281 Fox.
And to Lima Papa, wind 300 degrees 13 knots, maximum 23 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Agent Lima Papa.
Section 281 Foxtrot, continue taxi right, uniform left, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. One wind 300 degrees 10 knots, maximum 20 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Cal 1014, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind the landing traffic runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20 behind, break after departure, remain this frequency.
The behind traffic short 1 runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20 behind Portugal, and after departure remain the frequency of Portugal 1014. Cal 1014, wind 290 degrees 14 knots, maximum 24 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Takeoff runway 20, Portugal 1014.
Cal 1031, continue taxi right, uniform left, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Question. Uniform Golf 2, 121.755, Cal 122.
Cal 089, I have you, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind the departing traffic, runway 20 via Alpha 6, cross runway 20 behind.
Departure traffic, crossing runway 20 by Alpha 6 behind, Aeroporto,
Alpine for 3 Charlie, November, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20.
014, identified, contact approach 119.105.
Approach 119.105, approach 114.
And for the Charlie November, wind 290 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 260 and 330 degrees, runway 20, clear to land.
France 48, Whiskey Papa, Uniform 5.
France 48, Whiskey Papa, Lisboa ground, hold short of runway 20.
Short of runway 20, France 48, Whiskey Papa.
Separate 0 Golf Romeo, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 280 degrees, 13 knots, confirm reducing speed to 160 knots. Separate 0 Golf Romeo, continue reduce speed to medium, approach speed. Transport 8 Whiskey Papa, behind the landing traffic runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Landing traffic, line up and waiting behind France 48, Whiskey Papa.
Right, Whiskey Papa, wind 280 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 250 and 320 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
France 48, Whiskey Papa is clear for takeoff, runway 20, uniform 5.
Wind 43 Charlie November, continue taxi via uniform and Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform Golf 2, ground 121.755, Golf 3 Charlie November.
Right 20 Golf Romeo, wind 300 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 260 and 330 degrees, gusting 21 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
France 48, Whiskey Papa, 1,100 feet.
Separate Whiskey Papa, contact approach 119 or 105.
119, 105, France 48, Whiskey Papa, bye.
The 66 November, Lisboa Tower, behind the traffic, short final runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
The 66 November, Boa Tower, don't landing traffic, line up and wait to runway 20 behind.
20, Golf Romeo going on.
Constellation 20 Golf Romeo, contact approach 119er 105.
119er 105, Constellation 20 Golf Romeo.
To the 66 November, after departure, top climb at 4,000 feet, QNH 1008.
Lufthansa 66 November, after departure, climbing 4,000 feet, only on QNH 1008.
Charlie Sierra Hotel India Mike, Lisboa Tower. Stand by.
November, after departure, comply with the SID and flight level 100.
Lufthansa 66 November, after departure via the SID, ground track level 100.
Lufthansa 66 November, reach back correct, break through wind 290 degrees 9 knots, variable between 250 and 320 degrees, maximum 24 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Lufthansa 66 November, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Libra.
Charlie Sierra Hotel India Mike, proceed to Cascais when passing at 500 feet or below QNH 1008. When passing Caxias, contact Cascais Tower 120305. So 089 Heavy, via Sierra 4, line up runway 2020.
Via Sierra 4, line up runway 2020, Portugal 089 Heavy.
Departure Papal Lisboa Tower, continue approach 2020, wind 30 degrees 16 knots. So 089er, wind 30 degrees 9 knots, variable between 250 and 350 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff. 143 Papa, wind 30 degrees 11 knots, variable between 260 and 330 degrees, gusting 23 knots, runway 20, clear to land. And then 700 Whiskey Charlie, Lisboa Tower, continue approach, runway 20, winds 300 degrees, 12 knots.
Airport 143 Papa.
Hotel triplo. Whiskey Charlie, wind 300 degrees 17 knots, variable between 260 and 320 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Go 143 Papa, continue taxi via Gosto, contact ground 121.755. Uniform Lisboa Tower, Lisbon, behind traffic, short final runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Olá, muito bom dia, behind traffic, short final, runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind Portugal, 540 Uniform.
Victor Lima, Lisboa Tower, continue approach, runway 20, wind 300 degrees, 16 knots. Roger, Master Hotel 3 Lima. Push 540 uniform, wind 29 degrees 14 knots, variable between 240 and 330 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff.
20 clear for takeoff, vertical, 540 uniform, Terra.
79 Whiskey Charlie, contact ground 121.755. Show 10 Victor Lima, wind 300 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land. City Lima X-Ray, Lisboa Tower, behind traffic, short final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Behind the traffic on short final, line up and wait, runway 20 via uniform 5, behind with City Lima X-Ray.
To Lima X-Ray, wind 300 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 240 and 330 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff is to Lima X-Ray.
Show 554 Mike, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia, continue to Alpha 6, visual, holding point, hold short of runway 20.
Visual holding point runway 06, and holding at Portugal 554 Mike.
Runway 20 Golf Romeo, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 310 degrees, 12 knots. Show 10 Victor Lima, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Man ground 11755, obrigado, bom dia, Portugal 10.
Show 554 Mike, behind the departing aircraft runway 20 via Alpha 6, cross runway 20 behind, and continue taxi to Sierra for holding point via Sierra.
Taking off, continue 20 to Sierra 4, and Portugal 54 Mike.
Press 0 Golf Romeo, wind 300 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 31 knots, runway 20, clear to land. 10 Golf Romeo, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 300 degrees, 19 knots, reduce speed 160 knots.
Mike, please squawk Alpha mode 2211.
211 at Portugal, 554 Mike, sorry.
Show 436 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Continue to Tango 5, visual, holding point, hold short of runway 20.
Morning to Portugal 436, holding point visual on the way 2075 at Portugal.
Partial 46 behind the landing traffic runway 20 via Tango 5 cross runway 20 behind and then continue taxi to Sierra for holding point via Sierra.
Traffic running runway 20 via Tango 5 cross runway 20 behind. Continue to 74 to holding point runway 20 reporting down for you.
Zero go from you, reduce now minimum approach speed. Partial 46, expedite crossing the runway. And option 10 go from you, expect late landing clearance, traffic crossing the runway. Flight 0 go from you, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121.755. Zero go from you, wind 30 degrees 11 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 20, cleared land. Runway 2700 Lisboa Tower, continue approach, runway 20, wind 30 degrees 12 knots. Line 42 Foxtrot Bravo, Lisboa Tower, meet bom dia, behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
And land traffic via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind runway 20, prime 42 Foxtrot.
Calling to 700, reduce speed 160 knots. For 2 Foxtrot Bravo, wind 300 degrees 17 knots, variable between 240 and 330 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Awesome 10 Golf Romeo, continue taxi via Uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755. Volume 2700, wind 310 degrees 17 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 20, cleared land. Ryanair 45 Uniform Mike, Lisboa Tower, behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
And traffic short final via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind, Ryanair 45 Uniform Mike.
5 Uniform Mike, hold position.
Landing 55 November, continue approach runway 20, wind 310 degrees 1 to knots. Partial 277 via Tango, cross runway 20, then continue taxi to Sierra for holding point via Sierra.
Via Tango, cross runway 20, continue to Sierra 4 holding point, runway 20 in Portugal, 277.
Rolling 2700, go around 02 Wichita.
Line 2700, Roger. Contact approach 119 at decimal 105.
119 at 105.
Rank 55 November, wind 300 degrees 11 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Roger, climb straight ahead to flight level 60, contact approach 119 at 105. One 206 via Tango, cross runway 20 and continue taxi to Sierra for holding point via Sierra.
Cross 20 via Tango and continue taxi to Sierra 4 at Portugal 1206.
November, we follow the sun at this approach, climbing flight level 60.
Affirm and contact approach 119 at 105.
105, leaving 5 November, goodbye.
And Air 5 Uniform Mike via Uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20.
Uniform 5, line up and wait 20, runway 45 Uniform Mike.
Air 45 Uniform Mike, wind 290 degrees 11 knots, variable between 260 and 330 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
20, clear for takeoff, runway 45 Uniform Mike.
Runway 02, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 300 degrees 1 knots. Go 902, wind 300 degrees 14 knots, variable between 260 and 340 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Portugal 1206.
Portugal 1206, Lisboa Tower.
Com o momento variável que está a dar, nós estamos fora dos limites para a nossa descolagem. Aqui na pista 20, não sei qual será a solução, podemos ficar à espera para ver o vento instantâneo na altura da nossa descolagem, só para o informar.
Paulo 1206, agradeço a sua informação. Quando chegar a sua vez, veremos se consegue ou não. Se não conseguir, voltará para o stand então.
Muito obrigado.
Portugal 554 Mike, Lisboa Tower, via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20.
Via Sierra 4, line up, runway 20, Portugal 554 Mike.
Hotel 3.
Hotel 3 approved. So 554 Mike, wind 290 degrees, correction, 300 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 250 and 330 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Portugal 554 Mike.
Portugal 902, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Taxi via Golf 2, ground 11755 at Portugal 1902.
Go for 36 via Sierra 4, line up and wait for 20. Titan Mike, Lisboa Tower, continue approach 2020, wind 300 degrees, 13 knots. Show 46, wind 300 degrees, 7 knots, variable between 230 and 360 degrees, gusting 22 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Portugal 88 Tango Mike, wind 300 degrees 17 knots, variable between 260 and 320 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Papa Sierra, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind is 300 degrees, 20 knots. Lisboa 324, Lisboa Tower, continue to Tango 5, visual holding points, hold short of runway 20.
Tango 5 holding point 20 on hold position, approach 1324.
Portugal 1324, behind the landing traffic runway 20 via Tango 5 cross runway 20 behind, then continue to half correction to continue to Sierra for holding point via Sierra.
Now continue crossing runway. Behind.
134, expedite while crossing the runway. Choice Tango Mike. Continue taxi via uniform and Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. Portugal 27 Papa Sierra, wind 310 degrees 19 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 30 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Flying to 700 Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde novamente, continue approach runway 20, wind 310 degrees 18 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 30 knots. Portugal 277, behind the landing traffic runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind.
Get the landing traffic runway 20, line up behind, Portugal 277.
Hotel 3 approved. Boarding to 700, reduce speed to 160 knots. Portugal 277, wind 320 degrees 9 knots, variable between 230 and 360 degrees, gusting 20 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Portugal 27 Papa Sierra, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. Starting 2700, wind 300 degrees 16 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 30 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Ring 55 November, Lisboa Tower, continue approach, runway 20, wind 300 degrees 16 knots.
Oscar 1206. 06, wind at stop end, 310 degrees 13 knots, variable between 260 and 340 degrees 25 knots, advise intensive. Vento instantâneo, neste momento, 300 com 9. Nós temos a rasada e temos a variação, eu preciso que decida agora. Estou obrigada a dar-lhe a variação, eu não lhe posso mentir a dizer que não tenho variação. Airwings 55 November, wind 300 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, maximum 30 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Boeing 2700, continue view uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755.
From Lima, 121.755, Boeing 2700.
And Portugal 1206. The variation, a variação é dos últimos 2 minutos. Neste momento tenho vento no ponto, portanto no final da pista, na zona da rotação, 310 graus, 26 knots. Portugal 1206 behind the correction, report traffic on short final inside.
To 90 degrees 13 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 30 knots. Portugal 1206 behind the traffic short final runway 20 via Sierra 4 line up and wait behind. The 905 Mike, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 290 degrees 15 knots. Portugal 1206, wind 310 degrees 16 knots, variable between 250 and 350 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Heading 55 November, continue taxi by the right uniform, contact ground 121.755. To right uniform, ground 121.755, following the 905 Mike, wind 310 degrees, 20 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 32 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Charlie Bravo, Lisboa Tower, continue approach, runway 20, wind 300 degrees, 20 knots, variable between 270 and 330 degrees, gusting 32 knots. Partially 6 Victor Romeo behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up runway behind.
Traffic on the short final runway, now landing on runway 20, line up and wait behind, Portugal 86 Victor Romeo.
Victor Romeo, wind 310 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 260 and 350 degrees, gusting 27 knots. Runway 20, clear for immediate takeoff.
For takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 86 Victor Romeo.
905 Mike, continue taxi via uniform and Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform Golf 2, 121.755, Lufthansa 905 Mike. Bearing Street Charlie Bravo, wind 310 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 270 and 330 degrees, gusting 32 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Runway 753 heavy, continue to Alpha 6, visual holding points, hold short of runway 20.
Continue to Alpha 6, holding points, holding short to runway 20, 08753.
For you are number 1, standby. 1324, confirm fully ready. 1324 via Sierra 4, line up and wait, 20. 753, continue via Alpha 6, cross runway 20, and then Sierra 4 holding point via Sierra.
Okay, cross running 20 on Alpha 6, then continue on Sierra to Sierra 3 and 4, is it 53?
208 for Heavy, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 30 degrees, 16 knots, reduce speed 160 knots. Runway 3 Charlie Bravo, continue to activate uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755.
From Lima 121.755, following to Salvador. Lisboa Tower with the airplane 19 Golf Mike, turning uniform, we're fully ready upon reaching.
Approach 1324, wind 320 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 250 and 010 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 20, clear for immediate takeoff. Rolling to Echo Echo, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 310 degrees, 15 knots. Partial 084, wind 310 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 32 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Tower with from the airplane 19 Golf Mike, fully ready upon reach.
Line 19 Golf Mike, Lisboa Tower, behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Line traffic on runway 20, level runway 20, uniform 5, Alpine 19 Golf Mike behind.
Roger. Alpine 19 Golf Mike, wind 300 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 260 and 350 degrees, gusting 25 knots, runway 20, clear for immediate takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Alpine 19 Golf Mike.
2084, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Golf 2, contact Lisboa ground 121.755, airport 084, boa tarde, bom serviço.
Falling to Echo Echo, wind 300 degrees, 19 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 32 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 300 degrees, 20 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees. Zulu 753 behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind.
Behind aircraft landing, line up and wait, Sierra 4, running 20, Zulu 753 behind.
1335, Lisboa Tower. 1335, reduce speed 160 knots. 753, wind 320 degrees, 9 knots, variable between 260 and 010 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Heading to Echo Echo, continue taxi by the right, uniform contact ground 121.755.
Uniform 121.755, what is this?
Push 1335, Hotel 3 is approved. Push 1335, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 29 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Aeroporto 1454, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic on short final runway 20, by uniform 5 line up and wait behind. Aeroporto 1454.
1454, behind traffic short final 120, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, approach 1454.
Aeroporto 1926, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind landing traffic runway 20, via Tango, cross runway 20 behind.
Landing traffic 20 via Tango, cross behind FCR1 and
Aeroporto 1454, be advised traffic crossing the runway on Tango.
Copy to traffic information, approach 1454, holding in runway 20.
1335, okay, via Papa. Charlie Hotel, Lisboa Grande, bom dia, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, que tinha approach runway 20, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 290 knots. Aeroporto 1335, continue by the left on uniform, Golf 2 contact ground, 120, signal 755, bom dia.
Uniform Golf 2, ground 120, 755,
Aeroporto 1554, wind 300 degrees, 17 knots, variable between the 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 28 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, confirm.
For takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 1454.
Final minor 1 Charlie Hotel, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 290 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Aeroporto 926, continue by Sierra holding point Sierra for runway 20.
via Sierra for Lisbon, now 1
Canal 170 Yankee Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 310 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 29 knots. Alpine 35 November Mike, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic on short final runway 20, by uniform 5, land up runway behind.
Behind the landing traffic on short final, runway 0, correction 20 via uniform 5, land up runway behind, up by 35 November Mike.
Alpine 35 November Mike, wind 310 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 28 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Bravo.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Alpine 35 November Mike.
Alpine 901 Charlie Hotel, continue by uniform Lima, contact ground 121 decimal 755, bom dia.
Uniform Lima 121 755, Alpine 901 Charlie Hotel, thank you, have a good day, bye-bye.
Aero 170 Yankee, continue approach runway 20, Airbus 320 departing, expect light landing clearance, wind 310 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 29 knots. One 170 Yankee, runway 20, clear to land. Airport call 1926, behind traffic on short final runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Emirates 192 Heavy Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Continue to cut 1 visual holding point, hold short of runway 20.
Continue cut 1 holding point, visual runway 20 and hold short, Emirates 192.
Boat 425 Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind 300 degrees, 17 knots. Emirates 192, cross runway 20 via Alpha and please expedite.
Cross runway 20 via Alpha, expediting, Emirates 192.
Air 170 Yankee, continue via Lima, contact ground 121.755, bom dia. Prosco 1926, traffic information, traffic crossing the runway on Alpha. 192, continue by Sierra, holding point Sierra 4, runway 20.
Sierra, holding point Sierra 4, runway 20, Emirates 192.
Airport call 1926, wind 300 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bon vol. For 81 Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 300 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 29 knots. Lot 425, wind 310 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 34 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Runway 20, clear to land, Lot 425.
Line 3 Hotel Echo, confirm ready.
EP9 Hotel Echo.
Line 3 Hotel Echo, uniform 5, land up runway 20.
Runway 20, B93 Hotel Echo.
Line 3 Hotel Echo, wind 310 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 28 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bon vol.
Clear for takeoff 20, B9 3 Hotel Echo.
Lot 425, continue via Uniform Lima, contact ground 121.755, bom dia. Airport call 481, wind 300 degrees, 19 knots, variable between 270 and 330 degrees, gusting 34 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Roger. Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 300 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 34 knots. Emirates 192 Heavy, behind landing traffic runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Call 72 Lima Papa, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind landing traffic runway 20 via Tango Cross runway 20 behind.
Landing traffic via Tango Cross runway 20 behind, Aeroporto 72 Lima Papa.
Emirates 192, be advised traffic crossing the runway on Tango. Airport call 1033, reduce speed to 160 knots. Porsche call 72 Lima Papa, please expedite the crossing the runway and continue by Sierra holding point Sierra 4, runway 20.
Continue by for holding point runway 20, Airport 72 Lima Papa.
Porsche call 481, continue by Uniform Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, bom dia. Emirates 192, be ready for immediate departure. Again? Emirates 192, your request will be approved, wind 300 degrees, 16 knots, maximum 27 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Emirates 192, approach will be aware of your request. Portugal 1033, continue approach Boeing 777 rolling, wind check 310 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 270, 330 degrees, maximum 34 knots, expect late landing clearance.
Copy, continue approach, Portugal 1033.
Portugal 1033, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 72 Lima Papa, disregard. Portugal 532 Bravo, confirm ready?
Não seria, pois.
Affirm, Portugal 532 Bravo.
Affirm Alpha L3. Portugal 532 Bravo, vai uniform 5, line up runway 20.
Line up runway 20, vai uniform 5, Portugal 532 Bravo.
Portugal 53. Portugal 1033, continue via Gosto 2, contact ground, 120.755, bom dia.
Gosto 2, ground 11755, Portugal 1033, bom dia.
Portugal 145 Whiskey, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 290 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 34 knots. Portugal 532 Bravo, wind 300 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 270 and 350 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, on full. Portugal 1452 Whiskey, wind 290 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 270 and 330 degrees, gusting 34 knots, runway 20, clear land. Portugal 1013, continue approach runway 20, wind 300 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 34 knots, boa tarde. So, 72 Lima Papa, behind traffic on short final runway 20 by Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Portugal 72 Lima Papa, wind 300 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 260 and 340 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Bom voo. Portugal 145 Whiskey, continue by uniform Gosto, contact ground, wind decimal 755, bom dia.
Vamos Gosto 12755, calma, por favor, boa tarde, obrigado.
Portugal 1013, wind 296 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 270 and 330 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 118 Air, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 290 degrees, 10 knots, gusting 26 knots. Portugal 932, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic on short final runway 20, uniform 5 line up and wait behind.
We behind the traffic on short final runway 20, by uniform 5 line up and wait behind, Portugal 932.
Present. Portugal 932, wind 290 degrees, 9 knots, variable between 270 and 330 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Bom voo.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 932.
Portugal 1013, continue via Lima, contact ground, wind 1 decimal 755, bom dia.
Ground 755, Portugal 1013, clear.
Portugal 118 heavy, wind 290 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 250 and 330 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Alpine 73, Golf Juliet, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic on short final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Muito boa tarde, behind the traffic on short final runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait behind, Alpine 73, Golf Juliet.
Portugal 823, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 300 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 26 knots. Alpine 73, Golf Juliet, wind 300 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 270 and 330 degrees, casting 22 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bon vol.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Alpine 73, Golf Juliet, doubling.
Oscar 823, wind 310 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 250 and 340 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Oscar 641, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, que eu tinha approach runway 20, wind 310 degrees, 16 knots. Cabo Verde 612, wind 310 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 250 and 340 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Aeroporto 823, continue via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, bom dia.
Golf 2, ground 11755, Aeroporto 823, bom dia.
Passenger paquete vai até o tri. Section 309 Lima, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, que eu tinha approach runway 20, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots. Aeroporto 641, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 250 and 340 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Cabo Verde 612, continue via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, bom dia.
Cabo Verde 612, bom dia.
Nostra 55 Charlie Zulu, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Hold short of runway 02, I'll call you back. Zero 10 degrees, 18 knots. 309 Lima, wind 300 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Aeroporto 641, continue by Golf 2, contact ground, 1 decimal 755, bom dia. Action 007 Echo, Lisboa. Action 007 Echo, are you able to turn to taxi to November 2 holding point, please? Roger, please taxi to November 2, hold short of runway 02, you will be number 1 for departure. Aviation 007 Echo via November 2, line up runway 02. Correction 309 Lima, continue via uniform uniform Golf 2, contact ground 1 decimal 755, bom dia. Correction 007 Echo, no takeoff guidance, wind 310 degrees, 19 knots, variable between 270 and 350 degrees, gusting 33 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, bom voo. Air Nostra 55 Charlie Zulu via Mike 5 line up and wait runway 02, be advised no takeoff guidance. Air Nostra 55 Charlie Zulu, wind 300 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 33 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, bom voo. Era Surge 125, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, via Mike 5, line up and wait, runway 02.
Line up and wait, runway 02 via Mike 5, era Surge 125.
Surge 125, wind 300 degrees, 14 knots, verbo between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, bom voo. One 323, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 20 knots, gusting 34 knots. Após com 1336, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, via Mike 5, line up and wait runway 02. Seven Alpha Mike, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue to Mike 5 holding point, hold short of runway 02, I call it back. Go 1336, wind 310 degrees, 15 knots, verbo between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, bom voo. Isso, 131, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 20 knots, gusting 34 knots. Após call 1323, wind 310 degrees, 20 knots, verbo between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 34 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Land, 02, airport, go 1323.
Após 67 Alpha Mike, behind traffic on short final runway 02 via Mike 5 line up and wait behind. Boa tarde. Aeroporto 67 Alpha Mike, wind 320 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, on full. Aeroporto 1323, continue via Uniform 4, contact ground, 121 decimal 755, bom dia.
175 after ground, Uniform 4, Portugal 1327 e outro lado.
Obrigada, igualmente. Jetman 750 Alpha, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 31 knots. Fifty 131, wind 310 degrees, 21 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 35 knots, runway 02, clear land.
Clear plan 02, 131.
Railing 2, Bravo Uniform, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic on short final runway 02, by Mike 5, land up and wait behind. Standby. Alpine 67 Papa Lima, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 02. Railing 2, Bravo Uniform, wind 310 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 28 knots, runway 02, clear for immediate takeoff, Bravo. 5131, continue by Uniform 4, contact ground, 121 decimal 755, bom dia.
Continue via Uniform 4 on ground 121.755, Swift 131, bom dia.
Jetman 750 Alpha, continue approach runway 02, Airbus 320 departing, expect late landing clearance, wind 310 degrees, 22 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 35 knots, continue approach. Jetman 750 Alpha, runway 02, clear plan.
102, Jetman 750.
Airport code 295 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind landing traffic, runway 02, via November 2, line up and right behind. Aeroporto 295 Heavy, be ready for immediate departure. Aeroporto 295, wind 310 degrees, 21 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, runway 02, clear for immediate takeoff. Jetman 750 Alpha, continue via uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, bom dia.
From for 11755, bom dia.
Tower, good morning, Alpine 75, Romeo November, established ILS 02.
Alpine 75, Romeo November, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 20 knots, gusting 35 knots.
Approach runway 02, Alpine 75, Romeo November.
Alpine 67 Papa Lima, wind 320 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 35 knots, runway 02, clear flight. Soleil 76 Delta Victor, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Behind traffic on short final runway 02 via Mach 5 line up and wait behind. Soleil 76 Delta Victor, wind 300 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 260 and 340 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, bon vol. Line 67 Papa Lima, continue via uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, bom dia.
Papa, 121.755, Line 67 Papa Lima, boa tarde.
Air 372 Victoria, left field.
Air 372 Victor, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 24 knots, gusting 35 knots.
Yeah, approach runway 02, Air 372 Victor.
Line 75 Romeo November, wind 320 degrees, 24 knots, gusting 35 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
To land and copy the wind, Alpine 75 Romeo November.
Portugal 1928, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic on short final runway 02 via November 2 line up and wait behind. Portugal 1928. Alpha Airport Call 1928, wind 310 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 260 and 330 degrees, casting 31 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Bom voo. Alpine 75 Romeo November, continue by uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, bom dia.
Uniform 4, and ground 121.755, Alpine 75 Romeo November, ciao.
Distrito Foxtrot, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Continue approach runway 02. Ryanair 372 Victor, wind 310 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 38 knots, runway 02, clear plan.
You left you to Renat, Santa Victor.
Oscar 69 Delta, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Behind traffic on short final runway 02 by November 2, line up and wait behind. Aeroporto 69 Delta, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 260 and 360 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Bom voo. 372 Victor, continue by uniform 4, contact ground 120.755, bom dia.
Uniform ground 121.755, next Santa Victor line.
Uniform 4.
4.
Suicide Victor Alpha Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 22 knots, gusting 38 knots. Street 2 Foxtrot, wind 310 degrees, 24 knots, variable correction, gusting 38 knots, runway 02, clear plan. Aeroing 603 Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic on short final runway 02 via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Wing 603, wind 320 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 260 and 360 degrees, testing 30 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, no voo. 332, Foxtrot continue via uniform 4, contact ground, 120 decimal 755, bom dia.
Uniform 4, 121, 755, 332 Foxtrot.
Victor Alpha, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots, variable 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 38, connection 0, clear to land.
Victor Alpha going around.
Roger, contact approach 119er 105.
9er 105. Victor Alpha.
Bravo Romeo, bom dia, confirm ready. Bravo 44, Bravo Romeo via Mike 5, runway 02, line up and wait.
Boa tarde, Portugal 8 Romeo Tango, establish ILS runway 02.
Bravo 8 Romeo Tango, bom dia, continue approach runway 02, wind 310 degrees to 2 knots, gusting 38.
02 Air Portugal 8 Romeo Tango.
1244 Bravo Romeo, wind 310 degrees, 18 knots, variable 280 and 360 degrees, gusting 29er, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Portugal 8 Romeo Tango, wind 300 degrees, 21 knots, variable to 80 and 340 degrees, gusting 34, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 8 Romeo Tango, correction, runway 02, clear to land.
02 clear to land, Portugal 8 Romeo Tango.
8 Romeo Tango, be advised, previous traffic reported severe turbulence.
Copy, Portugal 8 Romeo Tango.
Hello again, Lufthansa 05 Echo, ready for the Lufthansa 05 Echo, hello, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Lufthansa 05 Echo, behind expressement, traffic, short final, inside, line up and wait 02 behind.
Tower, boa tarde, Portugal 8 Romeo Sierra, estabelecer runway 02, 180 knots.
Portugal 83 Romeo Sierra, muito boa tarde. Continue approach, runway 02, wind 300 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 34. The previous traffic reported severe turbulence on short final.
Copy, Portugal 83 Romeo Sierra.
Echo, wind 310 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 270 and 350 degrees, gusting 29, runway 20, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Pilot Romeo Tango, continue uniform foreign, ground 121.755, Portugal.
Uniform foreign, ground 11755, Portugal 8 Romeo Tango. Obrigado, boa tarde.
Portugal 83 Romeo Sierra, wind 310 degrees, 18 knots, variable to 80 and 340 degrees, gusting 32, runway 02, clear to land. Aero Wings 55 November, hello, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Point 75988, hello, continue approach, runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 20 knots, gusting 32.
758.
Bearings 55 November, wind 310 degrees 14 knots, variable to 70 and 350 degrees, gusting to 9er, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Baltic 3 Romeo Sierra, continue uniform 4 and ground 121.755.
Uniform 4, ground 121.755 in Portugal, 9383 Romeo Sierra.
Alpine 75908, wind 310 degrees 21 knots, variable to 80 and 340 degrees, gusting 32, runway 02, clear to land.
02, clear to land, Alpine 7598.
Spelling Zulu Foxtrot, hello, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via Mach 5, line up and wait, behind. Spelling Zulu Foxtrot, confirm, behind. Safe Victor Alpha, hello again. Continue approach, runway 02, wind 310 degrees 19 knots, gusting 32.
Continue approach. Victor Alpha.
Welling 3 Zulu Foxtrot, wind 300 degrees 17 knots, variable to 70 and 350 degrees, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Alpine 75908, continue via uniform 4, contact ground 121.755.
175, 17598, bye.
Ground 1311 Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 02, wind 300 degrees 17 knots. Victor Alpha, wind 300 degrees 18 knots, variable to 80 and 340 degrees, gusting 32, runway 02, cleared land. This 8 Victor Alpha, cleared to land, runway 02, wind 300 degrees 18 knots, gusting 32.
Number 2, clear to land. Victor Alpha.
48 Papa Bravo via Mike 5, runway 02, line up and wait. Papa Bravo, please expedite. For 8 Papa Bravo, wind 300 degrees, 13 knots, variable to 70 and 340 degrees, gusting to 6, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. This 8 Victor Alpha, continue uniform 4, ground 121755.
Uniform 4, 121755. Victor Alpha.
Epsilon 1311, wind 310 degrees, 2 knots, variable to 80 and 340 degrees, gusting 32 knots, runway 02, clear to land. Ryanair 38 Sierra Golf Tower hello, behind traffic short final runway 02 via Mike 5, line up and wait behind.
Seven 506, 7 miles line after 82.
Reverse 506, hello, continue approach runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 32.
Continue for runway 02, 7506.
Ryanair 38 Sierra Golf, wind 300 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 250 and 350 degrees, gusting to 6, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Ground 113, correction, Epsilon 1311, continue via uniform 4 and contact ground 121755.
Uniform 4, 121755, obrigado.
Wind 300 degrees, 15 knots, variable to 70 and 340 degrees, gusting 32, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, clear to land, 4506.
Bird 506, wind 300 degrees, 15 knots, variable to 70 and 340 degrees, gusting 32, 102, clear to land.
Bird 502, 506, we're going around to wind check.
Bird 506, copy, going around, wind check 290 degrees, 29 knots, contact approach 119er 105. 9105, prepared 526. Portugal 1016, muito boa tarde, via November 2, Runway 02, line up and wait. I affirm there is a CV passing now above us. But there are no traffic on final, so you have time. Roger, report ready, and please cancel lineup clearance and hold short of runway. Only back, hold short of runway. Portugal 1016, revised QNH 1009er. 1016, read back correct. This delay is due to traffic developing on Montijo. I'll call you back. 1016 via November 2, runway 02, line up and wait. Sky 1016, after departure, stop climb 3000 feet. Sky 1016, straight back, correct, brake, wind 300 degrees, 11 knots, variable to 50 and 340 degrees, gusting to 4, runway 02 cleared for takeoff. Sky 1905, muito bom dia, via November 2, runway 02, line up and wait, after the departing Embraer 190. Bom dia. Sky 1905, wind 300 degrees, 20 knots, variable to 60 and 340 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Porto Lima Victor, boa tarde, via Mike 5, runway 02, line up and wait. Soleil 7650, hello, continue approach, runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 36. Alpine 4, correction, Air Portugal 4 to Lima Victor, wind 310 degrees, 15 knots, variable to 60 and 360 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Bom voo. Seven 650, wind 320 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 280 and 350 degrees, runway 02 cleared line.
Plan runway 02, confirmation.
Portugal 1356 Tower, muito boa tarde. Behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait. Behind. Portugal 89 Whiskey Tango, boa tarde. Continue approach, runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 16 knots. Runway 7650, please expedite, Hotel 4.
Expedite Hotel 4, Runway 7650.
Portugal 1356, wind 320 degrees, 12 knots, variable to 60 and 360 degrees, gusting to 3, runway 02 cleared for takeoff, bom voo.
Runway 02 cleared for takeoff, muito obrigado, boa tarde, pode ser 356.
Translate 7650, continue uniform 4, ground 121755.
Continue uniform 4, ground 121755, bye, Translate 7650.
Portugal 89 Whiskey Tango, wind 310 degrees, 10 knots, variable 280 and 350 degrees, gusting 25, runway 02 cleared 1.
Cleared line, runway 02 and Portugal 89 Whiskey Tango.
Portugal 1036 Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait, behind.
boa tarde, trânsito 149, holding short Mike 5.
And standby is distracted, I'll call you.
Stand by, the 149.
One 036, wind 320 degrees, 11 knots, variable to 80 and 360 degrees, gusting 23 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff, bon vol. Belgic 9 Whiskey 10, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact, correction, continue via Uniform 4 and ground 121755.
Uniform 4, ground 121755, that's Belgic 9 Whiskey 10. Portugal 8, 6, Golf Mike, what's up?
Alex 6 Golf Mike, boa tarde. Continue approach, runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots, variable to 90350, continue.
Continue approach, Portugal 8, 6, Golf Mike.
Alex 6 Golf Mike, wind 310 degrees, 16 knots, variable to 90350 degrees, runway 02, clear flight.
Flight remains 0 towards Portugal 8, 6, Golf Mike.
Wind check 330 degrees, 16 knots.
Obrigado.
Vitória, Portugal 71 Vitória, com Aeroporto, Runway 02.
Boa tarde, continue approach, wind check 330 degrees 18 knots.
Portugal 71 Vitória.
Tam 8149er, hello, behind landing traffic, Runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind, 1 meter away, then 8149 behind.
One 149er, be ready for immediate, please expedite lining up. Ground 71 Victor X, reduce to minimum approach speed.
Minimum approach speed at Portugal 71 Vitória.
Tam 8149er, wind 310 degrees 10 knots, variable to 90 and 360 degrees, gusting 21, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Portugal 86 Golf Mike, continue uniform 4, ground 121755.
11755, continue Golf, uniform. Yeah, uniform form, Portugal 86 Golf Mike.
Tower 86 Golf Mike.
Go ahead.
Severe turbulence over the threshold of the runway.
Obrigada. Portugal 71 Victor Echo, previous traffic report severe turbulence over the threshold of the runway.
Portugal 71 Vitória.
Traffic rolling, continue approach, wind check 320 degrees 11 knots, gusting 25. I call you back. Break, Portugal 71 Victor Echo, wind 320 degrees 14 knots, gusting 25, runway 02, clear to land.
02 clear to land at Portugal 71 Victor Echo.
Portugal 941, muito boa tarde. Continue approach, runway 02, wind 320 degrees 14 knots, gusting 25. Previous traffic reported severe turbulence on threshold runway 02.
Continue the approach, copy Portugal 941.
Portugal 836 Alpha Tower, bom dia, behind landing traffic, runway 02 via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Portugal 836 Alpha, wind 310 degrees, 12 knots, variable to 80 and 360 degrees, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Portugal 71 Victor Echo, continue via uniform 4, contact ground 121755.
4 ground 1755, Portugal 71 Victor Echo.
Lisbon Tower, Airport 0941, go around.
Portugal 941, copy, going around, traffic rolling, runway 02, contact approach 119 or 105.
119 or 105, check.
Cal 541 Whiskey, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 25. Cal 541 Whiskey, previous traffic performed a missed approach, and 2 landings ago, traffic reported severe turbulence on threshold runway 02. Ainda não avisou, assim que souber aviso.
Muito obrigado.
Portugal 1064, muito boa tarde. Via November 2, Runway 02, line up. Portugal 1064, after departure, stop climb 4,000 feet. Portugal 1064, rate back correct, I'll call you back. Portugal 1064, wind 310 degrees, 8 knots, variable 280 and 360 degrees, gusting 20, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Five 41 whiskey, wind 310 degrees, 14 knots, gusting to 4, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, down 541 whiskey.
Juliet Lima Tower, hello, behind the landing traffic, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait, behind. Zero 06, hello again, continue approach, runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 13 knots.
Landed, 0506.
Say again. Give me 10 seconds. Guard 506 affirmed, just one landed now. By 506, be advised, severe turbulence reported on threshold runway 20. Alpha 541 whiskey, continue, uniform 4, ground 121755.
Uniform 4, ground 121755, and I do confirm severe turbulence on short runway, Portugal 541 whiskey.
Obrigada, não lhe disse o motivo porque não soubemos também atempadamente. Contacto o ground agora.
Muito obrigado, 121755, 541 whiskey.
About 5 Juliet Lima, wind 320 degrees, 13 knots, variable 280 and 360 degrees, gusting 23, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight. Lufthansa 03 Alpha Tower hello, continue approach runway 02, wind 320 degrees 14 knots gusting 24, be advised severe turbulence reported on threshold runway 02. Seabird 506, wind 310 degrees 14 knots gusting 24, runway 02 clear to land.
02, clear to land, Seabird 506.
Center 53 Golf Tower, hello, behind traffic, short final runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. Lufthansa 03 Alpha, please reduce speed 160. Dear 53 Golf, please be ready for immediate. Seven Mike, boa tarde, continue approach runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 12 knots gusting 24. Direction 253 Golf, wind 310 degrees, 13 knots, variable 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 23, runway 02, cleared for immediate takeoff. Bird 506, continue taxi via uniform 4 and please state, can you please confirm the reason for your missed approach?
Taxi via uniform 4 and reason for missed approach earlier was due wind shear.
Wind shear, Roger, thank you very much. Contact ground 121755.
21755, Stuart 506, thank you.
Lufthansa 03 Alpha, wind 310 degrees, 11 knots, gusting to 4, runway 02 cleared land.
Lufthansa 03 Alpha, runway 02 cleared land.
Bell 67 Mike, be advised, previous traffic reported turbulence on threshold runway 02. To 6 Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic, short final runway 02, via November 2, correction, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind.
Hotel 941, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Continue approach, wind 310 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 24. Portugal 826, wind variable between 280 and 340 degrees, 14 knots. Runway 02, clear for takeoff. Lufthansa 03 Alpha, contact ground 11755.
1755, bye-bye.
L67 Mike, wind variable between 270 and 340 degrees, 17 knots. Runway 02, clear to land. Alpine 79 X-ray Alpha Tower, behind traffic short funnel, runway 02, line up and wait behind. Alpine 79 X-ray Alpha, wind variable between 280 and 350 degrees, 13 knots. Runway 02, clear for takeoff. L67 Mike, contact ground 121-755.
11755, 7 Mike.
Line 41, wind variable between 270 and 340 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 25, runway 02, clear to land.
Clear for lander, runway 02 and
First Alpine. Runway 02.
É Portugal 553 Romeo, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach. Portugal 941, contact ground 11755, obrigado.
11755, airport from 941, muito obrigada, boa tarde.
Portugal 553 Romeo, wind variable between 270 and 330 degrees, 14 knots, gusting to 5. Runway 02, clear to land.
Clear to land, Runway 02, Portugal 553 Romeo. Muito boa tarde, Portugal 433, alerta para o deste Malta House.
É Portugal 433, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach.
Continue a Portugal 433, wind check please.
Wind check 300 degrees, 14 knots, maximum to 5.
Muito obrigado.
Man 750 Alpha Tower, behind traffic short final, runway 02, line up and wait behind. Jetman 750 Alpha, wind variable between 270 and 350 degrees, 11 knots, maximum to 1, runway 02, please for takeoff. Portugal 553 Romeo, contact ground 11755.
Ground 11755, Aeroporto, 553, Romeo, boa tarde. Lisboa, ground, boa tarde.
Finnair 96 Whiskey, Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 310 degrees, 16 knots. Portugal 433, wind 310 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 25, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, Portugal 433.
Hotel 31 Delta Bravo Tower, bom dia, continue approach, wind 300 degrees, 15 knots.
Continue approach, runway 02, Portugal,
Finnair 96 Whiskey, wind 300 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 25, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, clear to land, Portugal 433, just reporting a moderate to severe turbulence below level 1000 feet.
Copy information, Portugal 433, obrigado, and contact ground 11755.
11755, boa tarde, Portugal 433.
Cabo Verde 613, tower behind, traffic short final, runway 02, line up and wait behind. Cabo Verde 613, wind variable between 270 and 350 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 29, runway 02, please copy copy. Finnair 96 Whiskey, contact ground 11755.
11755, Portugal 016, ILS runway 02, 10 knots, come on.
Portugal 016, tower, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 310 degrees, 15 knots, maximum 27.
First runway 02, Portugal 01.
Portugal 31 Delta Bravo, wind 310 degrees, 15 knots, gusting to 7, runway 02, clear to land.
Portugal 2 and Delta.
Wind 820 Bravo, again, starting short final, runway 02, via November, line up and wait behind. You can line up and wait, runway 02.
Thank you, Portugal 2 Delta Bravo.
Portugal 31 Delta Bravo, contact approach 119er 105.
119er 105, Aeroporto, Portugal 2 Delta Bravo.
Be safe, thank you, Bravo. Line up and wait, runway 02, stop climb at 4,000 feet. Bravo, wind 300 degrees, 16 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, stop at 3,000 feet. Portugal 016, continue approach, traffic holding, wind check, 310 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, continue.
Portugal 0, Portugal 01.
Portugal 016, runway 02, clear to land.
And runway 02, Portugal 016.
Ryanair 71 Charlie Sport Tower, again, starting short final, runway 02, line up and wait behind.
Tower muito boa tarde, Portugal 5 Hotel, 9 miles, final runway 02.
Hotel 75 Charlie Hotel, tower, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 310 degrees, 19 knots.
Approach Portugal 75 Charlie Hotel.
Charlie uniform, wind variable between 270 and 350 degrees, 100 knots, gusting 32, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Hotel 016, contact ground 11755, boa tarde, obrigado.
1.1755, approach call 016, we got that approach.
Scandinavian 2801, tower low, continue approach, wind 310 degrees, 20 knots. Hotel 75 Charlie Hotel, wind variable between 280 and 340 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 30, runway 02, clear to land.
Radio clear to land, Portugal 75 Charlie Hotel.
Alpine 19 November Yankee, tower behind traffic short final, runway 02, line up and wait behind. Tower, boa tarde, continue approach.
Approach for 571.
Alpine 19 November Yankee, wind variable between 270 and 350 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 32, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Hotel 75 Charlie Hotel, contact ground 11755.
Ground 121.75, Portugal 75 Charlie Hotel.
Aviation 2801, wind variable between 270 and 350 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 30, runway 02, clear to land. Ryanair for Delta Papa Tower behind traffic short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. 2801, please expedite the Hotel 4 to locate.
Excellent.
Ryanair 4 Delta Papa, wind variable between 270 and 350 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 32, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Aviation 2801, contact ground 121.755, thank you.
1755, connect to 801.
Hotel 571, wind variable between 270 and 350 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 30, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, clear to land, that's Hotel 571.
One Sierra Romeo Tower, behind traffic short final runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Hotel 91 Sierra Romeo, line up and wait, stop climb at 4,000 feet.
Negative, Airport 571.
571, approach 119 and 125, Roger.
Approach, Roger.
Hotel 91 Sierra Romeo Tower. Roger. Please advise on approach as soon as you are airborne.
Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde, Hotel 669 left 027 miles.
Hotel 669 Tower, boa tarde, continue approach.
Approach, in case of missed approach, immediate to the right.
Roger, approved. Hotel 91 Sierra Romeo, stop climb at 3,000 feet, wind 320 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 27, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Hotel 669, wind variable between 270 and 350 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 27, runway 02, clear to land.
Full stop, cross.
Delta 930, Tower, boa tarde, via November, line up and 8, runway 02, QNH 1010.
Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, Aeroporto, chegou o Delta Bravo, establish LF, runway 02.
Delta 31 Delta Bravo, Tower, continue approach, wind 320 degrees, 20 knots, QNH 1010.
1010, continue approach, Aeroporto, chegou o Delta Bravo, runway 02.
Delta 1930, wind variable between 280 and 360 degrees, 20 knots, gusting 32, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Delta 669er, contact ground 121-759.
11755 e para informar o tráfego atrás está bastante turbulento na final curta e chuva forte sobre o início da pista.
Delta 930, clear for takeoff, runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots. Delta 31 Delta Bravo, wind variable between 280 and 350 degrees, 24 knots, gusting 39, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, clear to land, Aeroporto, chegou o Delta Bravo. Seven Papa Tango, ILS 02.
7 Papa Tango, Tower hello, continue approach, wind 320 degrees, 20 knots, gusting 39er. X-ray Tower, line up and wait, runway 02, QNH 1010. 43 Tango, Tower. Reward number 2. O outro próximo show 5 minutos.
Portugal 3 Delta Bravo, vacating on the end of the runway.
Portugal Delta Bravo, Roger, vacate, Sierra 4.
Sierra 4 will vacate, muito turbulento na final curso, Portugal 3 Delta Bravo.
Swiss to Golf X-ray, runway still occupied. Can you try to vacate via pattern the runway? Please try to expedite, thank you. Gen 7 Papa Tango, continue approach, traffic on the runway, vacating, wind check, 320 degrees, 16 knots.
Continue, Gen 7 Papa Tango.
One Delta Bravo, taxi via Sierra and Alpha 7, all short of the runway. Beast to Golf X-ray, after vacating Papa, it's a right turn to uniform to the holding point November 2 again.
November, orange road, November 2 again, to the X-ray.
Gen 7 Papa Tango, wind variable between 280 and 350 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 39er, runway 02, clear to land.
Calculate, Gen 7 Papa Tango. Level 7, boa tarde, establish left 02, 7 miles.
763, Tower Botard, continue approach, wind 310 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 39er.
Approach FL 763.
Golf 43 Tango behind, traffic short, final runway 02, line up and wait behind, QNH 1010. Wind check 310 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 39er. One Delta Bravo, hold short, runway 02, I call you back.
Link short, runway 02, Portugal 3 Delta Bravo.
Golf 43 Tango, wind variable between 270 and 350 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 32, runway 02, please for takeoff. Agent 7 Papa Tango, contact ground, 121755.
1755, Gen 7 Papa Tango, thank you, bye-bye.
Golf 763, wind variable between 280 and 350 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 39, runway 02, clear to land.
Alright, 02, clear to land, that's all 763.
East to Golf X-ray behind traffic short final runway 02, line up and wait behind. Hotel 31 Delta Bravo behind traffic, now landing on the runway, cross runway 20 behind the Alpha.
And traffic landing inside will cross runway 20 via Alpha Airport, go cross Alpha Bravo.
Hotel 763 vacate Hotel 4, uniform 4 and hold short of Alpha.
4, uniform 4, hold short Alpha, Hotel 763.
Hotel 571, Tower, bom dia, continue approach, wind 320 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 39er.
Runway 02, Hotel 571.
Hotel 31 Delta Bravo, continue Alpha, uniform and contact ground 11755.
Alpha, uniform, ground 11755. Obrigado, Aeroporto, ground Alpha Bravo, bom dia.
East to Golf X-ray, wind variable between 270 and 350 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 22, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Hotel 763, contact ground 11755, obrigado, boa tarde. Hotel 763, contact ground 11755. Continue approach, KNH 1009er.
Confirm for Hotel 571.
Hotel 571, continue approach, KNH 1009er.
Continue approach, KNH 1009, Hotel 571.
Hotel 571, wind variable between 280 and 340 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 29er. Runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, clear to land, Hotel 571.
Hotel 39er 60 Tower, boa tarde. KNH 1009er, behind traffic short final, runway 02, line up and wait behind.
Lisbon Towers, boa tarde, depois 1241, 10 on commands LS, runway 02.
Hotel 1241, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Continue approach, wind 310 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 29er.
Obrigado, depois 1241.
Portugal 3960, wind variable between 260 and 350 degrees, 15 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Portugal 571, please confirm the reason for the missed approach.
571, wind shear, report é Portugal.
571, muito obrigado. Contact ground, 11759.
1755, Portugal 571, boa tarde.
Portugal 1241, wind variable between 280 and 340 degrees, 12 knots, 29. Runway 02, clear for takeoff. 1241. Late 29 November Golf Tower, wind at midpoint, 300 degrees, 12 knots, maximum 29er. Roger, sir. I will call you, you are number 2, I will call you when you are number 1 to advise your intentions. I will give you the wind again. Top 09 Kill, Tower, boa tarde. Do you accept departure behind the traffic on final? São só vocês e o Transavia aí nos pontos de espera. Perfeito, então reportem quando quiserem. To 9 November Golf Tower. Wind right now is 320 degrees, 11 knots, maximum 23, advice. Late to 9 November Golf, line up and wait, from 0.
Muito boa tarde, Portugal 931 Lima, full establish left 1902.
Portugal 931 Lima, Tower, boa tarde. Continue approach, wind 300 degrees, 14 knots, maximum 23.
Portugal 931.
So late to 9 November Golf, is at midpoint, variable between 260 and 350 degrees, 12 knots, maximum 22, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Portugal 1241, contact ground, 121-755.
Ground 121-755, obrigado, Portugal 241. Ground Air Portugal 1241, just located 02 at uniform.
141 ground 121-755, obrigado. Altitude 9 kilo, Roger, call you back. Roll 931 Lima, wind variable between 280 and 340 degrees, 13 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Right, 02, clear to land at Roll.
Delta 209 kilo behind traffic short final runway 02, line up and wait behind.
Air France 67 Juliet, Quebec, 9.5 miles, final 02.
France 67 Juliet, Quebec, tower low, continue approach, wind 300 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 27.
Do you have a wind shear reported during the final Air France 67 Juliet, Quebec?
Affirmative. Several aircraft reported wind shear during the last hour.
Okay, Air France 67 Juliet, Quebec, copy.
Chicago 931 Lima.
931 Lima, tower.
We have wind shear around 600 feet.
Contact ground 11755, obrigado.
Ground 11755, obrigado.
Delta 09 kilo, wind variable between 260 and 350 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 21, runway 02, clear for takeoff. France 67 Juliet, Quebec, tower.
Hi there, France 67 Juliet, Quebec.
Previous arrival reported wind shear around 600 feet. Continue your approach.
Continuing approach, Air France 67 Juliet, Quebec. Take Air France 67 Juliet, Quebec.
7 Juliet, Quebec, wind variable between 260 and 350 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 27.
Air France 67 Juliet, Quebec.
And Air France 67 Juliet, Quebec, runway 02, clear to land.
Full land Air France 67 Juliet, Quebec. Full land 02 Air France 67 Juliet, Quebec.
France 67 Juliet, Quebec, confirm clear to land, runway 02.
Full land 02 Air France 67 Juliet, Quebec.
voltar a 25 Charlie Alpha, estabelecer a
965 Charlie Alpha, Tower, boa tarde, continue approach. Alpine 65 Charlie Alpha, wind variable between 260 and 350 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 27, runway 02, clear to land.
Ground runway 025 Charlie Alpha.
Air France 67 Juliet Quebec, contact ground 121755, bye.
121,755, Air France 67 Juliet Quebec, bye.
Malta 5 Sierra Whiskey, Tower, hello, continue approach, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots, gusting to 8. Copy information, thank you. Malta 5 Sierra Whiskey, wind variable between 260 and 350 degrees, 17 knots, gusting to 8, runway 02, clear to land.
026,
Alpine 65 Charlie Alpha, contact ground 121755.
175, Alpine 65 Charlie Alpha.
Wind check at threshold 320 degrees, 19 knots, variable between 260 and 350 degrees, instant wind 320 degrees, 20 knots.
Metri Romeo, Alice 02, 9 miles.
Runway 3 X-ray Romeo, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 320 degrees, 20 knots.
Copy, continue, 3 Romeo.
With about 5 Sierra Whiskey, continue uniform 4, contact ground 1.755, bye-bye.
1.755, 1.755. Okay, runway Whiskey Hotel, via left.
Runway 8 Whiskey Hotel, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 320 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 28 knots.
Continue approach, runway Whiskey Hotel.
Runway 3 X-ray Romeo, wind 320 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 260 and 350 degrees, gusting 28 knots, runway 20, clear plan.
Plan, runway 02, 3 Romeo. Bom dia, Portugal 298 Heavy, establish ILS, runway 02.
Delta 908, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 29 knots.
Continue approach, runway 02, Portugal 298.
Runway 3 X-ray Romeo, continue uniform 4, contact ground 1.755.
Last 1.755, uniform 4, runway 30.
Runway 8 Whiskey Hotel, QNH 1010, wind 320 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 270 and 350 degrees, gusting 29 knots, running 20, cleared line.
Right, 0, clear line, right, Whiskey down.
Whiskey Hotel, continue from 4, contact ground 1.755, bye-bye.
Here from 4, ground 1.755, thank you, bye-bye, right, Whiskey Hotel.
South 298, winds 310 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 290 and 350 degrees, gusting 29 knots, runway 02, cleared line.
Runway 02, cleared line, Portugal 298.
Boa tarde, Direto, 5 Bravo, ILS 1, Mike.
Direto 05 Bravo Zulu, hello, continue approach 1820, winds 310 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 29 knots. The 43 uniform, are you ready now? The 43 uniform, roger, behind the lane traffic via Mike, line up and wait behind.
Overshooting, windshield, Portugal 200.
Copy that, contact approach 109 and 105.
105, Portugal 208.
Look at the 40 uniform, please vacate the runway via next right to wake turbulence. Sir. Call you right back. 005 Bravo Zulu, winds 310 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 29 knots, 182, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, Direto, Delgado.
Tower, good afternoon, Europa. AC Delta November.
Aeroporto 6 Delta November, hello, continue approach, 1820, winds 320 degrees, 20 knots.
Copy the information and continue approach runway 02, Europa 86 Delta November.
Plus 43 uniform behind the line traffic via Mike 5 line up and wait behind. Wait 6 Delta November, reduce speed 160 knots or less.
160 knots or less, Europa 86 Delta November.
Keeping Hotel 40, Iberia 05 Bravo.
Lufthansa 43 uniform, winds 310 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 30 knots. Runway 02, clear for takeoff, bye-bye. 005 Bravo Zulu, continue uniform 4, contact ground 11755, bye.
Confirm and confirm the frequency from Bravo.
11755, bye-bye.
175, thank you, bye-bye.
Aeroporto 6 Delta November, winds 310 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 29 knots. Runway 02, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 02, Europa 86 Delta November.
Good, 443 Papa, runway 02.
Ryanair 443 Papa, hello, continue approach, runway 02, winds 310 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 29 knots.
Runway 02, continue approach, Ryanair 443 Papa.
Aeroporto 6 Delta November, continue uniform 4, contact bound 11755, bye-bye.
Uniform 4, 12175, Europa 86 Delta November, bye.
Ryanair 443 Papa, winds 310 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 29 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Delta
Runway 02 clear to land, Ryanair 435 Bravo.
Lisboa Tower, Portugal 35 Bravo Lima, establish left runway 02.
Tower 35 Bravo Lima, boa tarde, Continued approach 1802, winds 300 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 29 knots.
Approach Portugal 35 Bravo Lima.
Runway 443 Papa, continue uniform 4, contact ground 11755.
Uniform 4 11755, Joe, Ryanair 435.
Tower 35 Bravo Lima, there's a follow me on the runway, performing your partial run inspection, call back.
Bom dia, Charlie 69, establish
Charlie 69, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 320 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 29 knots.
Charlie 69.
Tower 35 Bravo Lima, winds 320 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 280 and 350 degrees, gusting 29 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Plan runway 02, Airport 35 Bravo Lima.
Delta 35 Bravo Lima, continuing from 4, contact ground 12755, right?
Uniform 4, ground 12755, Aeroporto, School 35 Bravo Lima.
Boa tarde novamente, após capturar a DTF, estava Charlie,
Delta 9 right, hello again, continue approach 186 runway 02, winds 310 degrees, 19 knots.
Continue approach, após capturar a DTF.
Charlie 69, there's a follow me in the runway, call you right back. Charlie 69, wind 310 degrees, 19 knots. Variable between 290 and 350 degrees, runway 02, clear to land.
02, clear to land, Airport 869.
Boa tarde, Wing 6 Charlie, Intercept started 02.
Wing 6 Charlie, hello, continue approach, runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 23 knots.
Continue approach runway 02, Wing 6 Charlie.
Charlie 69, continuing from 4, contact ground 11755, bye.
11755, bye, obrigada, bom dia.
Delta 29 right, wind 310 degrees, 21 knots, variable between 290 and 350 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, clear to land, approach over 298.
Portugal 298 uniform 4 contact ground 11755.
Ground 11755, Portugal 298, obrigado, respondido.
Boba Number Ryanair 29 Charlie November, establish ILS 029.
Ryanair 29 Charlie November, will repeat your approach runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 31 knots. Hearing 6 Charlie, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots, verbal between 270 and 350 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, clear to land, hearing 6 Charlie.
Get off all these. Charlie, continue for 4 contact ground 1755, bye.
1715, continue uniform 4, you're in Charlie, obrigado.
11755.
21755 here, 6 Charlie, obrigado.
Right 29 Charlie, November, wind 300 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 02, clear back.
Just landed 0 Ryanair 29 Charlie 6.
Scandinavian 2802 behind the traffic on short final 1802 via Mike line up and right behind.
Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde, Aeroporto 359, reduce service on ILS 02, 9 miles off.
359, boa tarde, 15 approach, runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 31 knots.
Scandinavia 2802, wind 310 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 240 and 010 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, bye-bye. Direto. Runway 29 at Charlie, November, continue for 4, contact ground wind 1755, bye.
41217 for 29 Charlie, November, bye. Aviation 27 Lima on the ILS 02.
Aviation 27 Lima, hello, continue approach, runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 31 knots.
Approach of Aviation 27 Lima.
Zulu 1359 310 degrees, 19 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 02, cleared back.
Plan runway 02, approach 1359.
Aviation 27 Lima, in case of missed approach, any chance for right heading 070?
Copy, sir, I will inform approach.
Thank you.
Station going? Departure set.
I want just to advise the traffic on the final heavy rain now.
Say again?
Só para avisarem que está heavy rain agora na pista, para eles agora no final.
Obrigado. Aviation 27 Lima, heavy rain over the runway, wind 320 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 31 knots, runway 02, cleared back.
Right runway 02, Aviation 27.
Go 359, continue from 4, contact ground with 1755, bye.
1755, on the 3
South 009, line up and wait, 2032.
Right up into 34 Kilo, 10 out.
Alpine 34 Delta Kilo, hello, continue approach, runway 02, winds 320 degrees, 23 knots.
Nevada 230, just to inform, very heavy rain on the landing.
Roger, sir. Alpine 34 Delta Kilo, did you hear? Heavy rain over the runway.
Okay, thank you.
Delta 009, wind 350 degrees, 21 knots, variable between 260 and 010 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff, move on. There's Aviation Lima, continue from 4, contact ground 11755, bye.
Uniform 4 and 11755, bye-bye, driver 27 Lima.
Alpine 34 Delta Kilo, QNH now 1011. Now 1932 QNH 1011 via Mike, line up and wait 2002. Delta 84, hello, continue approach runway 02, winds 340 degrees, 25 knots, gusting 35 knots. Down 932, winds 330 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 29 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, move on. Three 4 Delta Kilo, winds 340 degrees, 22 knots, variable between 290 and 360 degrees, gusting 35 knots, runway 02, clear flight.
Clear land 02, Alpine 34 Delta Kilo.
And QNH 1010 now. Down 84, QNH 1010.
Copy.
Alpine 31 November Echo, hello, confirm you need a full minute over the runway. Roger, sir, I'll call you when I can. 1010. So after the next landing, should be no problem. For Delta Kilo, continue uniform 4, contact ground, wind 1755, bye-bye.
44, 121, 755, Alpine 34, Delta Kilo, both hard.
Scowl 1824, wind 340 degrees, 19 knots, variable between 290 and 360 degrees, gusting 35 knots, 1802, clear plan. Easy 84 Lima Charlie, Lisboa Tower, good afternoon, continue approach 1802, wind 340 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 35 knots. Point 31 November Echo behind the traffic on short funnel 1802, by November line up and wait behind. November Echo, thank you, wind 340 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 280 and 360 degrees, gusting 290 knots, 1802, clear for takeoff, mobile. Down 84, continue uniform 4, contact ground 12755, without... Lima Charlie, wind 330 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 35 knots, runway 02, clear plan.
Clear plan, runway 02, for Lima Charlie.
Upline 65 X-ray Charlie, Botard, continue approach 1802, wind 330 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 35 knots. Down 364, Botard behind traffic on short final 1802, by November line up and wait behind. Roger, I will inform approach. You can contact them immediately after departure also. Down 364, wind 330 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 280 and 360 degrees, 1802, clear for takeoff. Easy 84 Lima Charlie, continue, uniform 4, contact ground 11755, bye.
Uniform 4, ground 11755, 84 Lima Charlie, continue, bye.
Alpine 901 Lima Zulu, good afternoon, continue approach 1802, wind 340 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 30 knots. Alpine 65 X-ray Charlie, wing 340 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 27 knots, 1882, clear flight. Bird 507, hello QNH 1011, behind the landing traffic via November line up and wait behind. Switch back to ground 11755. Bird is 507, wind 330 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 290 and 010 degrees, 1802, clear for takeoff. Zero, boa tarde, continue approach 1802, wind 320 degrees, 18 knots.
Approach,
sorry, going to switch back to ground 11755. 901 Lima Zulu, wind 330 degrees, 18 knots, 1802, clear flight.
02 Captain, Alpine 901 Lima Zulu.
Delta 38 Kilo Juliet, hello, QNH 1010, behind the landing traffic, by Mike, line up and wait behind. 10 QNH is now 1010. L382 Juliet, wind 310 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 290 and 010 degrees, 1802, clear for takeoff and go. Alpine 901 Lima will continue uniform 4, contact ground 11755, over.
Top 4, ground 11755, Alpine 901 Lima 0.
Variable between 280 and 360 degrees, gusting 25 knots, runway 02, clear flat.
Runway 02, Aeroporto, 50.
803 Lima Papa, hello, behind traffic on short final 1802, via November, line up and wait behind. Boa tarde, switch approach 1802, wind 312 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 25 knots.
Tower Airbus 150, we will be in contact with the wind at the moment.
Agent Lima Papa, wind 310 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 270 and 010 degrees, gusting 28 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. 0750, confirm you had wind here?
Sir.
Copy, obrigada. Continue uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde.
Uniform 4, ground 11755, obrigado e boa tarde.
Oscar 435, Lisboa, boa dia. Continue approach, runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 16 knots.
435.
Approach 1455, wind 320 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, runway 20, clear, runway 02, clear flat. Approach 1455. To 7 copy, hold position, call back shortly. Approach correction, Alpine 45 Tango Zulu, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach, runway 02.
02 Alpine, 45 Tango Zulu.
Approach 435, previous arrival had a misapproach due to wind shear. Break wind 310 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 25 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
02, copy graphic information, partial wind shear, partial 435.
Surge 127, behind traffic on short final, runway 02, via Mach 5, line up and wait behind. Aerosport 127, QNH 1010, break wind 310 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 270 and 340 degrees, gusting 28 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff, Volvo. Approach 435, continue by uniform forward, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde.
Forward, ground 121.755, obrigado e boa tarde. Não tivemos wind shear, mas estava turbulento.
Obrigada.
Lisboa Hotel, Berlin 1981, fully target ILS 02.
Berlin 1981, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach, runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 25, and wind shear was reported on final.
And continue approach, Berlin 1981.
Alpine 45, Tango Zulu, wind 310 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 280 and 350 degrees, runway 02, clear to land.
Yes, runway 02, Alpine 45 Tango Zulu.
Berlin 1981, wind 310 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 280 and 350 degrees, gusting 25 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
To land runway 02, Berlin 1981.
Alpine 45, Tango Zulu, continue via uniform 4, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform 4, 11755, Alpine 45 Tango Zulu, ciao.
Alpine 9044, ILS 02, 180 knots, clear line.
Alpine 9044, Lisboa Tower, good evening, continue approach runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 25, and wind shear was reported on final.
Roger, that's copy, Alpine 9044.
Delta 53, Romeo, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, ready for departure. Approach Delta 53, Romeo via Mike 5, line up and wait for runway 02.
202, ring 199.
Copy. Break airport call 253 Romeo, wind 310 degrees 11 knots, variable between 260 and 360 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Move up. Boeing 1981, continue by uniform 4, contact ground 121.755.
From 121.755, wind 181, bye.
Variable between 280 and 350 degrees, gusting 25 knots, runway 02, cleared land.
Clear to land, runway 02, Alpine 9044.
Approach 1455, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 13 knots.
Approach airport 1455.
Lisboa Tower, good evening. Continue approach, runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 25. Approach 1455, wind 310 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 280 and 350 degrees, gusting 25 knots, runway 02, cleared land.
02, clear to land, airport 1455.
Alpine 9044, continue via uniform 4, contact ground 121.755.
Via uniform 4, ground 121.755, Alpine 9044.
455, continue by uniform 4, contact ground 121.755 with that.
Uniform 4, ground 11755, for short 455.
Speedbird 510, wind 320 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 280 and 350 degrees, runway 02, clear to land.
Clear to clear land, 510.
Particle 011, Lisboa, boa tarde, behind traffic on short final runway 02, via Mach 5, line up and wait behind.
Boa tarde, Aeroporto, 199, estabelecendo 32.
Particle 929, Lisboa, boa tarde, continue approach runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 14 knots.
Aeroporto, 199.
Particle 011, heavy wind 310 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 270 and 360 degrees, gusting 25 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff, on board. Speedbird 510, continue taxi by uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, bye.
121.755, uniform 10.
Airport con 5 November Charlie, Lisboa, boa tarde, continue approach runway 02, wind 300 degrees, 16 knots. Go 929 wind 300 degrees, 18 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Negative, going around Airport, 929.
Particle 929, copy, contact approach 119.105.
105, Airport, 929.
Protocol 029 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, 9 November 2, line up and wait for 902. Airport 15 November Charlie, continue approach QNH 1011.
H1011, continue Portugal 15, Barcelona.
Tornado Heavy QNH 1011, break, wind 290 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 240 and 360 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Airport 15 November Charlie, wind 310 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 270 and 330 degrees, gusting 28 knots, runway 02, cleared to land.
Runway 02, Portugal 15, Barcelona.
Weather Malta 3 Yankee Bravo, Lisboa Tower, good evening. Behind traffic on short final runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind, QNH 1011. Weather Malta 2 Yankee Bravo, if you need to deviate due to weather you can do it, but please contact approach after airborne. Yankee Bravo, wind 290 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 240 and 350 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight. Airport 15 November Charlie, continue taxi by uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde.
Uniform 4, ground 121.755, Airport 15 November Charlie, boa tarde, obrigado.
That's okay. France 53, Echo Mike Lisboa Tower, hello, via Mike 5, line up and wait, runway 02, break, QNH 1011. France 53, Echo Mike, I cannot give you a heading, you need to request that to Lisboa approach, but if you need, of course you can deviate from weather. France 53, Echo Mike, wind 300 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 240 and 340 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. As 53, Echo Mike, copy, how long do you need? Are you able to vacate the runway via Papa? Echo Mike, copy, then taxi over the runway, vacate via Papa, and then turn right, uniform.
Ryanair 77 Quebec Delta, established L02, 9.5 miles.
Air 77 Quebec Delta, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach, runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 28 knots.
Continue, ILS 02 Ryanair 77 Quebec Delta.
Pass your message. Consider 35 affirm. Aeroporto 2 Sierra Golf, are you ready for departure? Aeroporto 2 Sierra Golf, Mike 5, line up and wait, runway 02. Air France 53, Echo Mike, continue uniform, hold short of Victor, and please advise me when ready again.
Okay, we continue on uniform, hold short with Victor, and call you back ready again, France Echo Mike.
Bravo 20 Golf, wind 300 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 250 and 330 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight. Ryanair 77 Quebec Delta, wind 300 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, runway 02, cleared flight.
Runway 02, Ryanair 77.
Boa tarde, 1 Quebec Juliet, 10 miles out.
Welling 1 Quebec Juliet, Lisboa, good evening, continue approach, runway 02, wind 300 degrees, 17 knots.
Welling 1 Quebec Juliet.
Portugal 4 Bravo Echo, Lisboa, boa tarde, behind landing traffic, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind.
2 via November 2, line up and wait behind, Portugal 4 Bravo Echo.
That's your command, copy, taxi 0 November 2, holding point. Aeroporto 4 Bravo Echo, wind 310 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 250 and 350 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff, Volvo.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 02, Aeroporto 4 Bravo Echo.
Ryanair 77 Quebec Delta, continue taxi line uniform 4, contact ground 121.755.
21755, we continue on uniform 4. Thank you, Ryanair 77 Quebec Delta.
Welling 1 Quebec Juliet, wind 310 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 02, clear flight.
Welling 1 Quebec Juliet.
Boa tarde, Portugal 199, establish
Portugal 199, boa tarde novamente, continue approach, runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 14 knots.
Approach, Portugal.
.35 heavy behind traffic on short final runway 02 via Mach 5, line up and wait behind, and approach is already informed of your request.
Portugal 035 heavy, wind 310 degrees 13 knots, variable between 260 and 350 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. One ball. Welling 1 Quebec Juliet, continue via uniform 4, contact ground 121.755.
Continue via uniform 4, ground 121.755, Welling 1 Quebec Juliet 5.
Portugal 158 Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 02, wind 310 degrees 12 knots, gusting 24. Portugal 1929er, wind 310 degrees 13 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 02, clear to land. Runway 02, clear to land, Portugal 1929. Air France 53 Echo Mike, behind traffic on short final runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. Air France 53 Echo Mike, wind 320 degrees 10 knots, variable between 260 and 350 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight. Portugal Air 29er, continue via uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde. Uniform 4 and ground 121.755, boa tarde, Portugal Air 29.
Boa Tower, muito obrigado. Boa tarde, agora Mark 982, descending on ILS runway 02.
Well, Mark 982, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 02, wind 310 degrees, 14 knots.
Please approach one Mark 982.
Airport 155 300 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 280 and 340 degrees, gusting 25 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Portugal 558 going around, wind shear.
Portugal 558, copy, contact approach 119.105.
105, 558.
Echo Mike, you're requesting 010.
53 Echo Mike, contact approach 119.105.
19105, Air France 53 Echo Mike, bye.
Iberia 05 Kilo Golf, Lisboa Tower, good evening, via Mike 5, line up and wait, runway 02. Kilo Golf, copy that. Please advise approach when at board. Iberia 05 Kilo Golf, wind 310 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 250 and 350 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff.
Mark 982.
Mark 982, continue approach, traffic departing, and for your information, previous arrival had a missed approach due to wind shear.
Kilo Mark 982. Confirm key to land.
Negative, continue approach, call right back, wind check 310 degrees, 16 knots.
Key to land, Mark 982.
Mark 982, negative, continue approach.
Going around, Mark 982.
Mark 982, copy, contact approach, 119.105.
9105, Mark 982.
Portugal 742, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach. Wind 320 degrees, 16 knots. Portugal 742, wind 320 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 270 and 350 degrees, runway 02, clear to land.
Plan 02, Portugal 9742.
Boa tarde, Aeroporto 15 Charlie Victor, establish Charlie, runway 02.
Portugal 15 Charlie Victor, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 16 knots.
Approach runway 02, Aeroporto 15 Charlie Victor.
Atenção, transmita. Neste momento há 250, entre 250 e 010 e a intensidade é 16 nós. Consegue informar-me qual é que é o máximo de vento para eu ter isso em consideração? Copiado. Ryanair 26 Alpha Uniform, Lisboa Tower, good evening. Behind the landing traffic, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Neste momento não tem componente nenhuma de cauda, tem 9 lateral e 7 de frente. Ryanair 26 Alpha Uniform, wind 330 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 250 and 010 degrees, gusting 22 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. 330 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 250 and 010, gusting 22 knots. Six Alpha Uniform, copy. Are you able to vacate the runway? Papa.
Vamos conseguir antes do Ryanair sair ou é para marcar já?
Con 5 Charlie Victor, go around.
Going around. 1 Charlie, 1 5 Charlie.
Approach 1 5 Charlie Victor, contact approach 119.105. Approach call 94, question 9742, contact ground 121.755.
1755, push 175.
Charlie Victor, contact approach 119.105. To 6 Delta Uniform, turn right on Uniform, to November to holding point.
Uniform, November 2 holding point.
Airwing 6 Charlie, Lisboa Tower, good evening. Are you able to depart with this wind? Wind is 330 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 280 and 010 degrees, gusting 23 knots. Airwing 6 Charlie, by Mike 5, line up and wait, runway 02.
1127, 5 miles up.
1127, continue approach, runway 02, reduce your minimum approach speed, wind check 320 degrees, 19 knots.
We are on minimum approach speed and copy to continue approach Portugal 1127.
Airwing 6 Charlie, wind 330 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 280 and 010 degrees, gusting 23 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Canal 06, boa tarde, continue approach runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 17 knots. One to 7, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 290 and 350 degrees, runway 02, clear flight.
Control 107.
Current wind 320 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 290 and 010 degrees. Able to depart? Departure to 61, behind landing traffic, runway 02, via Mach 5, line up and wait behind. Wind 320 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 290 and 010 degrees. Runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Mobile. Departure 1127, continue via uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde.
Uniform 4 and ground 117, 755, Portugal 1127, boa tarde. Tower, boa tarde, Portugal 558, ILS 02.
Portugal 558, Lisboa, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 13 knots.
Runway 02,
Portugal 906, wind 320 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 290 and 350 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 02 at Portugal 906.
Portugal 67, November Papa, Lisboa, boa tarde, behind traffic on short final runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind.
Portugal 906 going around.
Portugal 906, copy contact approach, 119.105.
Approach 119.105 with wind shear, Portugal 906.
Copy.
67 November Papa Tower, stop climb at 3000 feet. 67 November Papa, impact correct, brake wind variable between 270 and 010 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 29er, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Call 1558, power wind 310 degrees, 17 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Good weather, runway 02, Portugal.
Tower, good evening, I'm Alpha 982, ILS 02. Realm Hawk 982, Lisboa Tower, good evening, continue approach, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots. Approach, Hawk 982. Ryanair 26 Delta Uniform, tower behind traffic short final runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind.
Going
Down 558, contact approach 119105.
105, 58.
Ryanair 26 Delta Uniform after departure, stop climb at 3000 feet. Ryanair 26 Delta Uniform, wind variable between 270 and 360 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 25, runway 02, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 02, Ryanair 26 Delta Uniform.
Zone 4 Tower, boa tarde, continue approach. Realm Hawk 982, wind 320 degrees, 18 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
02, clear to land, Hawk 982.
Air 5 Victor Alpha Tower LOA, firm behind traffic, short final runway 02, line up and wait behind.
Tower Maroc 982, mistake, we vacate Alpha 6.
Tomahawk 982, continue the Alpha, contact ground 11755.
Ground 121755, thank you, bye-bye, 992.
Air 5 Victor Alpha, wind variable between 270 and 360 degrees, 12 knots, gusting to 5, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Golden 5 Charlie Victor Tower, continue approach, wind 310 degrees, 20 knots, gusting 32.
Portugal 15 Charlie Victor.
Air South 124, wind 310 degrees, 20 knots, gusting 32, runway 02, clear to land. Portugal 233, tower behind traffic, short final runway 02, line up and wait behind.
Wind check.
330 degrees, 18 knots.
Yeah. Ryanair 1 to Lima Hotel.
Ryanair 1 to Lima Hotel, tower, good evening, continue approach, wind 320 degrees, 16 knots, maximum 32.
Continue approach Ryanair 1 to Lima Hotel.
14, vacate Hotel 4, please.
Vacate Hotel 4, seja Hotel 4.
Vertical 233, wind at midpoint, variable between 270 and 360 degrees, 14 knots, maximum 24, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Close 124, contact ground 11755.
11755, era Sérgio, atenção, obrigado.
Control 15 Charlie Victor, wind variable between 290 and 360 degrees, 21 knots, maximum 32, runway 02, clear to land.
Tower, muito boa tarde, Portugal 1931, established on island approach, runway 20.
Portugal 1931, Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, wind 310 degrees, 22 knots, maximum 32.
Ending approach, Portugal 193.
Ryanair 12 Lima Hotel, wind variable between 290 and 360 degrees, 23 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Land 02 and 12 Lima Hotel.
Air Portugal 15 Charlie Victor, contact ground 11755, good night.
11755, Aeroporto 15 Charlie Victor, good night.
Zero Tower, boa noite, ready for departure. Medic 50, Roger, all short, runway 02. Line up and wait, runway 02, after departure, stop climb at 3000 feet. Lima Hotel, contact approach 119er, 105.
Stand by. Again, runway 130 Motel.
Ryanair 120 Lima Hotel. Contact approach 119er 105.
119er 105, ground due to wind chill.
Eric 50 wind 320 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 31, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Bell 931, continue approach, Falcon rolling from threshold runway 02, wind check 320 degrees to 5 knots, maximum 35, continue.
Continuing approach, Portugal 931.
Portugal 1931, runway 02, clear to land, wind check 320 degrees, 24 knots, maximum 35.
Clear to land, runway 02, Portugal 931.
Portugal 906, start, continue approach, 320 degrees, knots, maximum 35. Portugal 57 Lima Kilo, tower behind traffic short final runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Portugal 57 Lima Kilo, wind variable between 280 and 350 degrees, 14 knots, maximum 31, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Portugal 1931, contact ground 1755, minutes.
1755, Portugal 931, 1.9. Okay, Ryanair 63 Golf November, sabotage at 02, reduce to 160.
Ryanair 63 Golf November, tower good evening, copy speed, continue approach, wind 320 degrees to 1 knot, maximum 35.
Approach Ryanair 63 Golf November.
Bell 1906, wind 320 degrees to 1 knot, gusting 35, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, clear to land, Alpha 190.
Ryanair 63 Golf November, we're going to discontinue the approach and we're going to request heading 060 to DVS.
Golf November, roger, go around, contact approach 119105.
19105, Ryanair 63 Golf November.
Ryanair 9688, Tower, boa noite, line up and wait, runway 02. And 9688, midpoint 320 degrees, 15 knots, maximum 31. Portugal 1906, contact ground 1755, boa noite.
Contact ground 1755, Aeroporto Portugal 1906, good night.
Ryanair 9688, wind variable between 280 and 350 degrees, 14 knots, maximum 26 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Portugal 1863, Tower, boa noite, line up and wait, runway 02. Portugal 1863, wind variable between 280 and 350 degrees, 14 knots, maximum 25, runway 02, clear for takeoff.
Boa noite, Emirates 5, Mike Heavy, ILS 02, standing.
Emirates 5, Mike Heavy, Tower, boa noite, continue approach, wind 320 degrees, 16 knots, maximum 33.
Approach,
Alpine 37 Hotel Eco, Lisboa, Tower, boa noite, via November, line up and wait, runway 02. Hotel Eco, wind variable between 280 and 350 degrees, 14 knots, maximum 25, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Emirates 5 Mike, wind variable between 280 and 340 degrees, 17 knots, maximum 30 knots. Runway 02, clear to land.
02, clear to land.
W46 Golf Tower, behind traffic short final, runway 02, line up and wait behind. Form 5 approved. L17 Romeo Alpha Tower 1 continue approach, wind 310 degrees, 16 knots. Aviation 46 Golf, wind variable between 280 and 350 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 25, runway 02, please for takeoff. Emirates 5 Mike taxi uniform 4, contact ground 11755.
Uniform 4, ground 121-755, but 5 Mike, boa noite, 13.
Night rest. Portugal 17 Romeo Alpha, wind variable between 280 and 340 degrees, 15 knots, maximum 29, runway 02, clear to land.
02, clear to land, Portugal 17 Romeo Alpha.
320 degrees, 16 knots. Twist 9466, tower, good evening, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind.
Charlie Hotel, good evening, is that Lisbon, IS
France 97 Charlie Hotel, tower, good evening, continue approach, wind 320 degrees, 14 knots, maximum 29 knots.
France 97 Charlie Hotel.
For 5 Golf Hotel, tower, good evening, number 3 for departure. Bell 17 Romeo Alpha, contact ground 1175519.
Bell 1755, Aeroporto, 17 Romeo Alpha, obrigado pelo trabalho.
Top Swiss 9466, wind variable between 280 and 350 degrees, 13 knots, maximum 27, runway 02, clear for takeoff. France 97 Charlie Hotel, wind variable between 280 and 340 degrees, 15 knots, maximum 29, runway 02, clear to land.
Good day, Ryanair 1 to Lima Hotel, fully established standby.
Ryanair 1 to Lima Hotel, tower hello again, continue approach, wind 320 degrees, 16 knots, maximum 29er. Ryanair 1 to Lima Hotel, revise Canadian 012.
012, Ryanair 1 to Lima Hotel.
E1 for Delta Bravo Tower, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via November, line up and wait behind, Canadian 012. D1 for Delta Bravo, wind variable between 260 and 010 degrees, 12 knots, maximum 27, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Reference 97 Charlie Hotel, contact ground, 1755 by.
1755, reference 97 Charlie, take by.
Tower, good evening, Fanfare 11 Juliet Tango, passing 12 miles, final establishment localizer on runway 02.
Relay 11 Juliet Tango, Tower 18, continue approach, wind 320 degrees, 23 knots. Air 12 Lima Hotel, wind variable between 280 and 340 degrees, 21 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Turenz, Auto, Lima Hotel.
Alpine 45 Golf Hotel, Canadian 012, behind traffic short final runway 02, line up and wait behind.
Hotel, Foxtrot 855, Hotel Yankee, 180 knots.
855 Hotel Yankee, Tower 18, continue approach, wind 320 degrees, 20 knots.
Approach,
Alpine 45 Golf Hotel, wind at midpoint, variable between 260 and 010 degrees, 19 knots, maximum 27 knots, runway 02, place for takeoff. Ryanair 12 Lima Hotel, contact ground, 11755. Ryanair 12 Lima Hotel, contact ground, 11755.
1755, Ryanair 12 Lima Hotel.
Relay 11 Juliet Tango, wind 320 degrees, 22 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, clear to land, Fanfare 11 Juliet Tango.
Response 135 Towers, Canadian 012, behind traffic short final, line up and wait behind.
Hotel 4, 11
Hotel 4 and then Uniform 4.
Uniform 4, 11
135, wind variable between 260 and 010 degrees, 13 knots, maximum 25 knots. Runway 02, please for takeoff. SLA 11 Juliet Tango, contact ground, 11755.
11755, 11 Juliet Tango, bye bye.
Alpine 85 Whiskey Papa Tower 18, continue approach, wind 320 degrees, 18 knots, maximum 30 knots. SLA 55 Hotel Yankee, wind variable between 290 and 350 degrees, 18 knots, maximum 30, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, Foxtrot, 55.
Air 63 Victor Mike Tower, QNH 1012, behind traffic short final runway 02, line up and wait behind.
Boa tarde, Pine 39 Papa Mike, ALS 02.
Pine 39 Papa Mike Tower, boa tarde, continue approach.
Continue, 39 Papa Mike.
Ryanair 63 Victor Mike, wind variable between 290 and 020 degrees, 12 knots, maximum 25. Runway 02, clear for takeoff.
Runway 02, clear for takeoff, Ryanair 63 Victor Mike, obrigado.
SLA 55 Hotel Yankee, contact ground, 121-755.
21755, Hotel Yankee, bye.
Alpine 85 Whiskey Papa, wind variable between 290 and 350 degrees, 100 knots, maximum 31. Runway 02, clear to land. Del 56 for Charlie, Tower 18, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, line up and wait behind.
Line 39 Papa Mike, any wind shear reported?
Line 39 Papa Mike, 8 for wind shear. For information, the previous traffic is now on the miss approach.
Copy, thank you.
Del 56 for Charlie, 8 firm, line up and wait, runway 02. Line 85 Whiskey Papa, contact approach 119er 105.
105, Alpine 85 Whiskey Papa. Alpine 39 Papa Mike, in case of misapproach, we're going to stay right heading 050.
But the next sector will be informed.
Copy.
Del 56 for Charlie, stop climb at 4,000 feet. Del 56 for Charlie, wind variable between 290 and 020 degrees, 14 knots, maximum 24, runway 02, clear for takeoff.
Ryanair 63 Golf November, establish ILS 02.
Ryanair 63 Golf November, tower continue approach, wind 320 degrees to 1 knot.
Continue approach, Ryanair 63 Golf November.
Ryanair 63 Golf November, just to confirm the reason for the missed approach.
We had a weather passing in front of us, the approach Ryanair 63 Golf November.
Roger, thank you very much. Alpine 39 Papa Mike, clear to land, runway 02, wind variable between 290 and 350 degrees, ladder.
Clear to land 02, Alpine 39 Papa Mike.
Line 39 Papa Mike, stop at 3,000 feet if possible. Line 39 Papa Mike, stop at 3,000 feet. Line 39 Papa Mike, tower. Line 39 Papa Mike, Lisboa. Ryanair 63 Golf November, wind variable between 290 and 350 degrees, 27 knots, maximum 37 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
33 knots to maximum for us, we're going to cut Ryanair 63 Golf November.
Sorry, say again?
Can only accept the maximum crossing of 33 knots, Ryanair 63 Golf November.
Roger, sir. At your discretion. Wind now is 330 degrees to 6 knots with gusting 37.
Okay, stand by.
Alpha Delta, 11.2 miles, ILS 02.
Berry 05 Alpha Delta, Tower 18, continue approach.
Approach Iberia 05 Alpha Delta. Check. Yeah, for Iberia 05 Alpha Delta, please.
Berry 05 Alpha Delta, wind 320 degrees to 5 knots, maximum 37.
Obrigado.
S63 Alpha November going around.
S63 Golf November, contact approach, 119105.
109-105 and S63 Alpha November.
Alpine 63 Zulu Quebec Tower, boa tarde. Line up and wait, runway 02. Alpine 63 Zulu Quebec, I'm waiting for release from next approach, I call you back, hold position please. Level 933, Tower 18, continue approach. Roger. Alpine 63 Zulu Quebec, wind variable between 290 and 010 degrees, 13 knots, maximum 26 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Quebec 330 degrees, 17 knots, maximum 37. Berry 05 Alpha Delta, runway 02, clear to land, wind 320 degrees, 15 knots, maximum 37.
Runway 02, clear to land, Iberia 05 Alpha Delta.
Bell 934, Tower 18, behind traffic short final runway 02 via November, line up and wait behind. Bell 3961, Tower Botar, continue approach, winds 330 degrees, 13 knots, maximum 37. Check 310 degrees, 16 knots.
Approach 133, continue approach, QNH 1013.
Is approach, approach call 1933, QNH 1013.
Approach Commander 34, QNH 1013, break, wind 330 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 290 and 010 degrees, gusting 23 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff, move on.
Clear for takeoff, runway 22, Washington line 2, walking into the 1. Area 05 Alpha Delta, vacating runway via Airport.
1.755.
1755, Iberia 05 Alpha Delta.
Go 933, wind 320 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 37 knots, runway 02, clear plan.
Plan, approach 133.
Approach 961, continue approach, QNH 1013.
Approach QNH 1013, Airport 123961.
Approach 440, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic on short final runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait, behind QNH 1013. For 40, wind 330 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 290 and 010 degrees, gusting 23 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff, move on. Obrigado, por break airport com 933, continue via Uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, boa noite.
Uniform 4, 11755, airport com 933. Muito obrigado, seja.
Airport container 61, wind 330 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 32 knots, runway 02, cleared land.
Runway 02, cleared land, Airport 3961.
1 Delta Charlie, Lisboa Tower, good evening. Behind traffic on short final runway 02 via Mach 5, line up and wait behind, QNH 1013. March 117, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 21 knots. Calling 1 Delta Charlie, wind 320 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 290 and 010 degrees, gusting 23 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff, have a nice flight. Airport Hotel 961, continue taxi via uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, boa noite.
Uniform 4 and ground 11755, até já Airport, Portugal 3961. Good day, Transavia 905 Lima, established on ILS runway 02.
Transavia 905 Lima, Lisboa Tower, good evening, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 23 knots.
Approach Transavia 905 Lima.
Airport 1017, wind 330 degrees, 24 knots, runway 02, clear flight. Alpine 57 Victor Bravo, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, behind traffic on short final runway 02 via Mach 5, line up and wait behind, QNH 1013. Alpine 57 Victor Bravo, wind 330 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 290 and 010 degrees, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight. Aeroporto 1017, continue taxi by uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, bom dia.
Uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, Portugal 1017, obrigado, bom trabalho.
Go 556, tower, pass your message. Vertical 556, copy. Let me coordinate with Lisboa approach. Plaza Aviation 95 Lima, wind 320 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 34 knots, runway 02, clear flight.
Clear to land, Roger 2 to Avia, fly fast.
Hello, Portugal 835, establish ILS to direction 02.
Portugal 835, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 34.
Copy, continue approach 02, Portugal 835.
Flight 56 behind the landing traffic, runway 02, by November 2, line up and wait behind, and Lisboa approach is already aware of your request. Flight 56, wind 330 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 290 and 360 degrees, runway 02, cleared for takeoff, move all. Plaza Aviation 95 Lima, continue by uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, boa noite.
4 and 11755, Plaza Aviation 95 Lima.
Alpine 13 feedback, muito boa noite, 10 miles out on LS, 02.
Alpine 13 X-ray Quebec, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 18 knots. Portugal 835, wind 330 degrees, 19 knots, variable between 300 and 360 degrees, gusting 34 knots, runway 02, clear flight. Bird 511, Lisboa Tower, good evening, behind traffic on short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind.
for noise Alpine 17 Bravo Hotel, full established ILS runway 02.
Alpine 17 Bravo Hotel, Lisboa Tower, good evening, continue approach, runway 02. Speedbird 511, wind 320 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 280 and 350 degrees, runway 02, cleared for takeoff, have a nice flight. Approach call 835, continue by uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, good night.
755, good night, contact call 835.
Alpine 13 X-ray Quebec, wind 320 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 300 and 360 degrees, gusting 34 knots, runway 02, clear flight.
Two clear final Alpine 13 Quebec.
Ryanair 957 Golf, Lisboa Tower, good evening, behind traffic on short final, runway 02, via Mach 5, line up and wait behind. Ryanair 957 Golf, roger. In that case, do you prefer to wait a little bit in this position? Copy, then cancel lineup clearance, and I'll call you again with the update on the wind. Particle 442 Tower 18, are you able to depart with this wind? Currently is 330 degrees, 16 knots, with a variation between 280 and 350. Currently, as we were speaking, there was no gust. Now it's 25 knots. Particle 442, copy, behind the landing traffic, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind.
Alpine 13 Quebec is going around.
Alpine 13 X-ray Quebec, contact approach, 119.105.
05 Alpine 13 Quebec.
Traffic, Ocean LS 02.
Upstate 1649, continue approach. Particle 442, wind 340 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 280 and 360 degrees, runway 02, cleared for takeoff, full ball. Alpine 17 Bravo Hotel, wind 330 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 300 and 360 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 02, clear flight.
Clear to land, Alpine 17 Bravo Hotel.
Ryanair 957 Golf, current wind is 340 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 280 and 360 degrees, no gusts, please advise. Ryanair 957 Golf, behind traffic on short final, runway 02, via Mach 5, line up and wait behind.
Line up and wait behind, via Mach 5, Ryanair 957 Golf.
Ryanair 957 Golf, wind at midpoint 350 degrees 16 knots, variable between 280 and 010 degrees, runway 02 cleared for takeoff. Alpine 17 Bravo Hotel, continue via uniform 4, contact ground 121.755.
Got uniform 4, 121.755, Alpine 17 Bravo Hotel.
Portico 437, Lisboa Tower 108, continue approach, runway 02, wind 340 degrees, 20 knots. Swiss 16 Foxtrot Yankee, wind 350 degrees, 23 knots, variable between 300 and 360 degrees, running 02, clear line. Swiss 16 Foxtrot Yankee, contact approach 119.105.
Swiss 16 Fox Yankee going around.
Swiss 16 Foxtrot Yankee, contact approach 119.105.
119.105 of Swiss 16 Fox Yankee.
Portico 281 Heavy, Lisboa Tower 108, information, current wind is 360 degrees, 29 knots, gusting 39. Do you accept the conditions? Say again? Go 281 via November 2, 1 up and wait, runway 02. Portico 281 Heavy, QNH 1014, break, wind 350 degrees, 27 knots, variable between 290 and 020 degrees, gusting 39, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Portico 437 Heavy, continue approach, QNH 1014.
1014, continue approach, Portico 437.
And Portico 281, if possible, immediate takeoff, please.
Tower, boa noite, Angola 652, establish on ILS Direto.
Angola 652, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 02, wind 350 degrees, 32 knots.
Continue approach, Angola 652.
Control 437, turn out.
Portugal 437, traffic attendant approach 119, 105.
105, Portugal 437.
Portugal 437, traffic information, Airbus 330, also departing runway 02. Call you after the next arrival, please hold position. Angola 652, heavy wind 330 degrees, 21 knots, variable between 310 and 020 degrees, gusting 44 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 02, Angola 652.
Lisbon Tower, Korean Air 921 Heavy, 11 mile final, runway 02.
Korean Air 921 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, good evening, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 21 knots.
Continue approach, runway 02, requesting uniform 5, vacating.
Copy, vacate by uniform 5.
Vacate by uniform 5, Korean Air 921.
Wind 330 degrees, 21 knots, variable between 310 and 020 degrees, gusting 44 knots. Alpine 32 November Zulu behind landing traffic runway 02 via Mike 5, line up and wait behind, QNH 1014. Wind at midpoint is 340 degrees 13 knots, variable between 310 and 020 degrees, gusting 39 knots. Alpine 32 November Zulu, wind 340 degrees 11 knots, variable between 310 and 020 degrees, gusting 39er, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Angola 652, continue via uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, 182.
Ground 121.755, Angola 652. Roger 6, back, link 189, full power star left, 02, 10 miles out,
Alpine 16. X-ray Quebec, bonnet novamente, continue approach, runway 02.
Alpine Aviation.
Air 901, wind 330 degrees 20 knots, variable between 310 and 020 degrees, gusting 44 knots, runway 02, clear flight.
Land, runway 02, Korean Air 921.
Welling 42, Tango Golf, Lisboa Tower, good night, via Mike 5, line up and wait for runway 02, QNH 1014.
Tower Korean Air 921, vacating by Hotel 4.
Copy, thank you. Continue Hotel 4 and Uniform 4.
Hotel 4, Uniform 4, Korean Air 921.
Welling 42, Tango Golf, wind 330 degrees 13 knots, variable between 310 and 020 degrees, gusting 32 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight.
Takeoff runway 02, going forward to Tango.
Korean Air 921, continue taxi Uniform 4, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform 4, 121.755, Korean Air 921, good day.
Aeroporto 37 Charlie November, Lisboa Tower 18, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 38 knots. Wind 3 X-ray Quebec, wind 330 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 300 and 360 degrees, gusting 32 knots, runway 02, clear plan.
02 clear plan, Alpine 136 Quebec.
Portugal 437, Bonnet novamente, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 14 knots.
Portugal 437.
X-ray Quebec, can you please confirm the reason for the missed approach?
The wind was gusting Alpine 136 Quebec. We know to figure the runway.
Contact ground 121.755, bye-bye.
755 Alpine 136 Quebec, wind per 9.
Portugal 37 Charlie November, wind 330 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 300 and 360 degrees, gusting 32 knots, runway 02, clear plan.
Clear plan, runway 02, Aeroporto 37 Charlie November.
Postman 1 Lima Golf, Lisboa Tower, good evening, behind, landing traffic, runway 02, line November 2, line up and wait, behind.
Behind the landing traffic, line up and wait, runway 02, November 2, behind, Postman 1 Lima Golf.
1 Lima Golf, wind 320 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 290 and 020 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight.
Clear for takeoff, runway 02, Boston 1 Lima Golf.
Airport code 37 Charlie November, continue by uniform 4 and contact ground 121.755, 1
By uniform 4, ground 121.755, Portugal 37 Charlie November.
Wind 330 degrees, 15 knots. Airport code 437, wind 330 degrees, 15 knots, runway 02, cleared line.
Tower 183, 576.
Wizard 576, Lisboa Tower 18, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 15 knots.
Continue approach, runway 02, Wizard 576.
Airport call liner 44, Lisboa Tower 18, behind landing traffic, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait, behind. Approach call 944, wind 320 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 290 and 360 degrees, runway 02, cleared for takeoff, mobile. Approach call 437 heavy, can you please report the reason for the misapproach?
The reason of the wind shear ahead.
Approach call 437, copy, continue by uniform 4 and contact ground 121.755, 1
44, 121.755, Airport Portugal 437, we're on it.
Astro 44 Tango Golf, Lisboa Tower, good evening, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 14 knots.
Runway 02, 44 Tango Golf.
Question, Wizard 576, wind 330 degrees, 14 knots, runway 02, clear flight.
Runway 02, clear flight, Wizard 576.
Airport call 1934, Lisboa Tower 18, behind traffic on short final runway 02 via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Approach 4934, wind 330 degrees, 900 knots, variable between 290 and 010 degrees, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Volvo. Yeah. Wizz Air 576, continue taxi by uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, 18.
Continue taxi uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, 18, Wizz Air 576.
Easy 17 November, I'm out.
Easy 17 Victor November, Lisboa Tower, good evening, continue approach runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 12 knots.
Continue approach, Easy 17 November.
Air Nostrum 44 Tango Golf, wind 320 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 290 and 360 degrees, runway 02, cleared land.
The land runway 02 at Nostrum 44 Tango Golf.
Easy 17 Victor November, wind 320 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 290 and 360 degrees, runway 02, cleared land.
By 03, clear to land, Easy 17 November.
Air Nostrum 44 Tango Golf, continue by uniform 4, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform 4, ground on 121.755, Air Nostrum 44 Tango Golf, merci.
Travel 1325, runway, sir, establish on runway 202.
Approach 325, Lisboa Tower 18, continue approach, runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 11 knots.
Copy. Continue approach airport now 1325.
Airport 20 Lima, Lisboa Tower 18, behind traffic on short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind.
Portugal 20 Lima, wind 320 degrees 8 knots, variable between 270 and 010 degrees, runway 02, cleared for takeoff, bon vol. Easy 17 Victor November, continue by uniform 4, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform 4, ground 121.755, BC 17 Victor November.
Ryanair 7138, fully established, ILS 02.
Ryanair 7138, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 11 knots, radio speed 160 knots or less.
Reduce 160 knots, continue approach 02, Ryanair 7138.
Approach 1325, wind 330 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 290 and 350 degrees, runway 02, clear flight.
Runway 02, Aeroporto 1325.
Portugal 58 Yankee, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, behind traffic on short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. Private Yankee, wind 320 degrees 6 knots, variable between 270 and 010 degrees, runway 02, cleared for takeoff, bon vol. Obrigado, break Portugal 1325, continue uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, 180.
121.755, Portugal 1325.
Tower, hello, Ryanair 906 Delta, establishing.
Ryanair 906 Delta, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 12 knots.
Continue approach, copy, Ryanair 906.
Ryanair 7138, wind 320 degrees, 13 knots, runway 02, clear flight.
Delta land 02, Ryanair 7138.
6645 Heavy Lisboa Tower 180 behind traffic on short final runway 02 via November 2 line up and wait behind. White Star 6645, wind 320 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 270 and 360 degrees, runway 02, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight. Ryanair 7138, continue by uniform 4, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform 4, contact ground 121.755, Ryan 71 trade point.
Portugal 563 Lisboa Tower 180, continue approach runway 02, wind 360, question 310 degrees, 12 knots. Ryanair 06 Delta, wind 310 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 300 and 360 degrees, runway 02, clear climb.
Clear to land, runway 02, Ryanair 9 and 067.
Down 366, boa tarde, VI traffic on short final 1820, runway 02 via November 2, line up and wait behind. As you wish, sir. .366, wind 330 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 270 and 360 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Ryanair 906 Delta, continue uniform 4, contact ground 11755.
Here uniform 4121 by Ryanair 960. Becoming established ILS 02.
Surveyor Portugal 563, wind 320 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 290 and 360 degrees, 1802, clear flight.
902, copy the approach 516.
563, Yankee, boa tarde, continue approach 1802, wind 320 degrees, 10 knots.
Continue approach 902 and we are maintaining 180 until late, approximately 3
Copy. Rail Rock 983, good evening, behind traffic on short final 102 by November, loud up and wait behind. Number 2. Mark 983, wind 330 degrees, 10 knots. Variable between 280 and 210 degrees. Gusting 21 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, bye-bye. Star 563, continue uniform 4, contact ground 11755, Buroid.
Continue fire top 4, uniform 4, ground 11755, Portugal 563. 18.
Portugal 863, Yankee, wind 330 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 290 and 360 degrees, runway 02, clear flat. Star 337, Buroid, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 13 knots. Call 75 Lima Charlie, hello again, behind traffic on short final 1802 via Mike, line up noisy. Call 75 Lima Charlie, wind 330 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 280 and 010 degrees, 1802. Clear for takeoff, move. Call 63 Yankee, continue uniform 4, contact ground 11755, good night.
Continue uniform 4, 11755, approach goal 863 Yankee, boa noite.
For the Whiskey, boa noite, continue approach 1802, wind 330 degrees, 12 knots. Call 1337, 330 degrees, 12 knots, 1802, clear flight.
Runway 02, approach 1337.
Control 77 Sierra Golf, good evening, behind traffic on short final 1802 via Mike, line up and wait behind. Convoy 77 Sierra Golf, winds 330 degrees, 11 knots. Variable between 290 and 010 degrees, gusting 23 knots. Runway 02, clear for takeoff, bye-bye. On 337, continue uniform 4, contact ground with 1755, boa noite.
1755, uniform 4, aborto com 1337, obrigado, boa noite, até já.
Olá, boa noite, é Portugal, Lima 3 Sierra, direção em 0218.
Tá, 3 Sierra, boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 20 knots.
Approach é Portugal, Lima 3 Sierra.
Tá, 543 Whiskey, wind 330 degrees, 21 knots, variable between 300 and 360 degrees, runway 02, clear back.
Runway 02, clear back.
Air France 78 Romeo Papa Lisboa Tower, good evening, behind traffic on short final 1802 by Michael, line up and wait behind. Air France 78 Romeo Papa, wind 330 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 300 and 010 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff, bye-bye. South 543 Whiskey, continue, uniform 4, contact ground 11755, boa noite.
Uniform 4, ground 11755, boa noite, até a próxima, Portugal 543 Whiskey.
Obrigado.
Good evening, Runway 94 Bravo, uniform establishment runway 02.
94 Bravo uniform, hello, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 290 knots. You can maintain this speed for as long as practicable.
Maintain the speed for as long
South 93 Sierra, wind 330 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 290 knots, runway 02, clear back.
Runway 102, Portugal 93 Sierra.
South 404 Whiskey, Lisboa, boa noite, behind traffic on short final 1802 by November, line up and wait behind. Alpha 04 Whiskey, winds 330 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 300 and 010 degrees, gusting 23 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, move full. Delta 3 Zulu Sierra, continue uniform 4, contact downwind 1755, boa noite, bom descanso.
4121755, oficialmente, obrigado, até já.
South 692, boa noite, continue approach 1802, winds 330 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 29 knots.
Approach South 692.
Final 904 Bravo uniform, winds 330 degrees, 13 knots. Variable between 290 and 360 degrees, gusting 29 knots. Runway 02, clear flat. Ryanair 883 November, hello, behind traffic on short final 1802 via Mike, line up and wait behind.
Charlie 3 established ILS 02.
Goodbye. 994 Bravo uniform, next right uniform 5.
Next right, uniform 5, Ryanair 94 Bravo uniform.
Ryanair 8 Limit Charlie 1 continue approach 1802, wind 340 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 31 knots.
Continue approach Ryanair 8 Limit Charlie.
Ryanair 883 November, wind 320 degrees, 19 knots, variable between 290 and 010 degrees, gusting 40 knots, 1802, clear for takeoff. Ryanair 94 Bravo uniform, continue uniform 4, contact ground with 1755, bye bye.
Uniform 4 and ground 1755, Ryanair 94 Bravo uniform.
Dal 1692, wind 350 degrees, 27 knots. Variable between 290 and 360 degrees, gusting 40 knots, runway 02, clear to flat.
Runway 02, Pascal 1692.
Mike Alpha, hello, QNH 1015 by November line up and wait 22. QNH is 1015. Ryanair 8 Lima Charlie, QNH 1015.
QNH 1015, Ryanair 8 Lima Charlie.
Delta 93 Mike Alpha, winds 340 degrees, 21 knots, variable between 290 and 010 degrees, gusting 40 knots, runway 02 clear for takeoff. Down 692, continue uniform 4, contact ground 11755, bye bye.
4, ground 11755, call 692.
Ryanair 8 Lima Charlie, reduce your final approach speed.
We're reducing final approach speed. Just to know with that variable width of 290 we cannot proceed to land. So on our 5 Charlie.
Star 1 departure 1558, establish LS02.
Stand by. Ryanair 8 Lima Charlie, what is your wind limitation?
33 knots from maximum crosswind from 290 or 300.
Ryanair 8 Lima Charlie, roger it right now. It's very close, 340 degrees, 26 knots, level between 9 and 0 and 360 degrees, and gusting 435. Charlie, contact approach 109-105.
1199, 105, Ryanair 8 Lima Charlie, go ahead.
Down 558, hello, continue approach 1802, wind 340 degrees, 24 knots, and variable between 290 and 360 degrees, gusting 43.
Continue approach 1802, Portugal 558.
Down 558, able to land with this wind?
Tower, go ahead, for morning, calling my papa, fully established, LR, runway 02.
Welling following Papa, hello, continue approach 1802, winds 350 degrees, 21 knots, variable between 290 and 360 degrees, and gusting 43 knots.
Copy me, morning, calling my papa, continue approach.
Down 558, runway 02, clear flat.
Just land runway 02, Portugal 558.
Wind check.
Recent winds 350 degrees, 20 knots. Wind from the past 2 minutes is 350 degrees, 21 knots, variable between 300 and 360 degrees, gusting 43 knots.
Obrigado, Portugal 558.
So 850 Sierra Victor, hello, QNH 1015 behind the traffic on short final 1802 via Mike, line up and wait behind. 50 Sierra Victor, just for your calculations, wind at the midpoint, 340 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 290 and 360 degrees, and gusting 40 knots. Confirm able to depart? Roger, behind it's still landing traffic, you can line up behind.
LA50 Sierra Victor, wind at midpoint 340 degrees, 13 knots, variable 290, 360 degrees, 8 maximum 40, runway 20 clear for correction, runway 02 clear for takeoff, bye-bye. Airport 1558, turn right on uniform, contact ground, 1755, 1%.
Right uniform, ground 1.755, obrigado, boa noite, Portugal, 1.755.
Welling 4, Lima Papa, wind 340 degrees, 19 knots, 13 maximum 43, break, instant wind 330 degrees, 20 knots, runway 20, correction, runway 02, clear land.
Ok, miss, clear on runway 02, obrigado, Welling 4, Lima Papa.
Lisboa, muito boa noite, é Portugal 555, LS approach runway 02.
South 555, boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 18 knots, 13 maximum 43 knots, instant wind 330 degrees, 16 knots.
Obrigado.
Portugal 828, muito boa noite. I have the wind at midpoint now, 340 degrees, 18 knots, variable 300, 360 degrees, 8 maximum 31 knots. But instant wind is 350 degrees, 13 knots. Are you able to depart with this wind? Capital 828 copies behind the 320, short final runway 20 via Mike 5 run up and wait behind. Gal 828, wind at midpoint 340 degrees 17 knots, variable 300 degrees, 8 maximum 31, instant wind 320 degrees 9 knots, runway 02 clear for takeoff. Welling 4 Lima Papa, turn right on uniform, contact ground 11755, bye.
Uniform 12175, Welling 4 Lima Papa, thank you.
So 555, wind 340 degrees 19 knots, 11 maximum 29 knots. Break instant wind 330 degrees 21 knots, runway 02 clear fine.
Runway 02 clear to land, Portugal 555.
Iberia 05 Romeo Hotel, wind at midpoint is now 340 degrees 19 knots, variable between 300 degrees, maximum 29 knots. Break, the instant wind is 330 degrees 14 knots. Will you be able to depart with this wind? Iberia 05 Romeo Alpha copies behind the 321 on short final runway 02 via November, line up and wait behind.
Tower Bonite Portugal 69 uniform X-ray South LF02.
Capital 69 uniform X-ray Bonoit, continue approach runway 02, wind 340 degrees 17 knots, 11 maximum 28 knots, break, the instant wind is 330 degrees 15 knots, continue approach. Iberia 05 Romeo Hotel, wind at midpoint 340 degrees 12 knots, variable 300 degrees, 7 maximum 29 knots. Instant wind 330 degrees 15 knots, runway 02 clear for takeoff. Bye-bye. Departure 555, turn right on uniform, contact ground 11755, bye-bye.
Uniform 511755, Portugal 555, obrigado, uma boa noite e bom trabalho.
Boa noite, obrigado. Departure 69 uniform X-ray, wind 330 degrees 14 knots, maximum 28 knots. Instant wind 330 degrees 12 knots, runway 02 clear fine.
First land, runway 02 at Portugal 69 uniform X-ray.
Avia 14 Lima, good afternoon. For your planning, I have wind readings at midpoint of 330 degrees 12 knots, variable between 300 degrees, maximum 29 knots, but instant wind is 350 degrees 17 knots. Will you be able to depart with this wind? Avia 14 Lima, thank you. Behind the 320 on a short final runway 02 via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Capital 67 Uniform, boa noite. Continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees 13 knots. Variable 300360 degrees, 8, maximum 26 knots. Instant winds now 300 degrees 11 knots. Continue your approach. Aviation 14 Lima, wind at midpoint 300 degrees 11 knots, variable 300010 degrees, 5, maximum 29 knots. Instant wind 330 degrees 12 knots. Runway 02, clear for takeoff. Bye-bye.
Clear for takeoff, runway 02, to Radio 145.
Aeroporto 69, a uniform X-ray. Turn right on uniform, contact ground 11755.
It's uniform ground 11755, Portugal 69, uniform X-ray.
So 67 uniform, wind 320 degrees 14 knots, variable 300360 degrees, runway 02, clear fine. Command 765 for planning purposes, I have reading the midpoint of 330 degrees 13 knots, variable 300010 degrees, maximum 29 knots, but the instant wind is 330 degrees 11 knots. Are you able to depart with this wind? Alpine 7651, thank you so much. Behind the 321 on short final runway 02, via Mach 5 run up and wait behind. Is Malta 90 Lima Zulu, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees 15 knots, variable 300360 degrees.
Continuing approach with Malta 90 Lima Zulu.
Line 7651, wind at midpoint 330 degrees 10 knots, variable 280010 degrees, 5, maximum 20 knots, runway 02 clear for takeoff. Bye-bye. Departure 67, uniform, turn right on uniform, contact ground 11755, bye-bye.
Right uniform, contact ground 11755, ground 67 uniform, 18. On a 02 clear point.
With Malta 90 Lima Zulu going around to wind shear.
Copy, going around, contact approach 109L105, traffic Airbus 320 departing.
119 with Malta 90 Lima Zulu.
Good evening, Turkey 6921, heavy, runway 02.
Turkey 6921, copied heavy, and copied question, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees 13 knots.
Continue approach runway 02, Turkey 6921.
Departure 494 Yankee, via November runway 02, line up and wait. Four 904 Yankee, after departure straight ahead 4,000 feet. Break wind at midpoint 330 degrees 11 knots, variable 280 360 degrees, runway 202 clear for takeoff.
Wind check.
Wind 330 degrees 17 knots. Instant wind 330 degrees 10 knots.
Thank you.
Turkish 6921, wind 330 degrees 15 knots, instant wind 330 degrees 12 knots, runway 02.
Turn runway 02, Turkish 6921.
Golf 5 Alpha Sierra, approach runway 02, 10 miles.
Golf 5 Alpha Sierra, boa noite, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees 13 knots, 8 maximum 23 knots, break instant wind 320 degrees 12 knots.
02, let's go 5 Alpha.
Portugal 1549 behind the 350 on a short final runway 02 via November, line up and wait behind. One 549, wind at midpoint 320 degrees 11 knots, variable 28036 degrees, runway 02 clear for takeoff. Bonjour. Six 902 110 right, to uniform contact ground 11755.
Uniform 1217555, contact Turkish 6 and 201.
Hi. United Lima Charlie Low, continue approach runway 02, wind now 330 degrees 15 knots.
Continue approach runway 028, Lima Charlie.
Aeroporto 5 Alpha Sierra, wind 330 degrees 15 knots, runway 02 clear climb.
2+1, let's go 5 Alpha Sierra.
Portugal 4-3 Mike, muito boa noite, behind the 321 on short final runway 02 via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Three 40 degrees 13 knots, gusting to 4. É Portugal 43 Mike, wind at midpoint 330 degrees 10 knots, variable 29040 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Bom voo. Portugal 5, Alpha Sierra, turn right to uniform, contact ground 121.755, bye bye.
Right, uniform, ground 121.755, Portugal 5 Alpha Sierra.
Ryanair 8 Lima Charlie, wind 330 degrees 10 knots, variable 30036 degrees, 4 maximum 24 knots, instant wind 330 degrees 8 knots, runway 02, clear climb.
02 clear to land, Ryanair 8 Lima Charlie.
Portugal 1825, muito boa noite. Behind the 737, short final runway 02, via November, line up and wait behind.
Lisboa, hello, Galatea 6 Romeo Zulu, 9 off Ida.
Galatea 6 Romeo Zulu, hello. Continued approach runway 02, wind 340 degrees 10 knots, variable 30036 degrees, 4 maximum 24 knots, break instant wind 340 degrees 11 knots.
Roger. Can you confirm QNH or Atenção Romeo Zulu?
1015.
015.
One 825, wind at midpoint 320 degrees 12 knots, variable 29040 degrees, 4 maximum 22 knots. Instant wind 350 degrees 8 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff. Bom voo. Ryanair 8 Lima Charlie, turn right to uniform, contact ground 11755.
Turn right to uniform, 121.755, Ryanair 8 Lima Charlie, thank you.
Galatea 6 Romeo Zulu, wind 330 degrees 14 knots, variable 30036 degrees, 4 maximum 24 knots, runway 02, clear climb.
Runway 02, clear to land for Galatea 6 Romeo Zulu.
Boa noite, Ryanair 70 Hotel Juliet, LS02.
70 Hotel Juliet, Lisboa, Tower, muito boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees 13 knots, gusting 24 knots.
Copy, continue approach.
Call 1326, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. In that midpoint 320 degrees 12 knots, flow between 290 and 040 degrees, gusting 22 knots, runway 02 clear for takeoff, boa noite. Hotel 6 from Zulu, continue uniform 4, ground 121 decimal 755, boa noite.
Uniform 4, 121, 755, boa noite, obrigado, vou bloquear 6 from Zulu.
Tower, good evening, Mata 90 Lima Zulu, established ILS approach 02.
Malta 90 Lima Zulu, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees 14 knots.
Continue approach, runway 02, Mata 90
70 Hotel Zulu, wind 330 degrees 14 knots, wind 300 and 360 degrees, runway 02, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 02, Ryanair 70 Hotel Zulu.
Nostra 69 November Zulu, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind.
Ryanair 70 Hotel Zulu, go now.
70 Hotel Zulu, contact approach 109-105.
109-105, Ryanair 70 Hotel Zulu.
69 November Zulu, after departure, stop climb 4,000 feet, QNH 1015. Northwest 69 November Zulu, wind 330 degrees 8 knots, swirl between 290 and 360 degrees, gusting 22 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff, boa noite. Delta 90 Lima Zulu, wind 330 degrees 11 knots, gusting 21 knots, runway 20, runway 02, clear land.
Runway 02, clear land, Delta 90 Lima Zulu.
Aeroporto 645, LS 02.
Portugal 645, Lisboa, Tower, muito boa noite, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees 10 knots, gusting 21 knots. Six 75 Alpha, Lisboa, Tower, boa noite, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. And at 675 Alpha, wind 330 degrees 8 knots, swirl between 290 and 8020 degrees, gusting 19 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, boa noite. User Malta 90 Lima Zulu, continue uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, boa noite.
Continue uniform 4 and 121755 with Malta 90 Lima Zulu, goodbye.
Go 645, wind 330 degrees 10 knots, gusting 21 knots, runway 02, clear land. Victor Papa, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 10 knots, gusting 21 knots. Lisboa Tower, boa noite, behind traffic short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. .483, wind 330 degrees, 10 knots, flow between 280 and 020 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff, 18.
Clear for takeoff, runway 02, terminal 146, obrigado.
645, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
4, ground 121, 755, Porto 645, obrigado, boa noite.
Coitiu animado a pista, esse outro.
41 Lima Alpha, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 17 knots.
Continue coitiu animado.
S6 Victor Papa, wind 330 degrees, 17 knots, runway 02, clear by. For Hotel Lisboa Tower, muito boa noite, behind traffic short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. Right for hotel, wind 320 degrees 12 knots, zero between 280 and 020 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff 18. And 6 Victor Papa, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 1055, bonnet. Lima Alpha, wind 320 degrees 17 knots, zero between 290 and 350 degrees, gusting 29 knots, runway 02, clear line.
Grand 02, clear, QS line.
For Victor Alpha, Lisboa, muito bonito, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees 18 knots, gusting 29 knots. Sun 4 behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind.
Landing traffic, short final, line up and wait behind Mike 5, runway 02, it's 194.
Sun 4 Victor Alpha, continue reduce to final approach speed. Sun 4 Victor Alpha, continue reduce to final approach speed. Obrigado. One Lima Alpha, please expedite for Total 4.
Expediting, Lima Alpha.
Minutes 194, wind 340 degrees 12 knots, zero between 280 and 010 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff. 1 Lima Alpha, continue uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 1055.
4, 121, 755, quality Lima Alpha, bye.
Corner 70 Delgado, LS02. LS70 Delgado, Lisboa, Carbonate, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees 10 knots, gusting 29 knots.
In approach, corner 70 Delgado.
Line 4 Victor Alpha, wind 330 degrees 9 knots, zero between 290 and 350 degrees, gusting 29 knots, runway 02, clear fine.
only speed 180, Ryanair 70 Hotel Juliet.
Ryanair 70 Hotel Juliet, speed as you want, free speed. The 57 Quebec Delta, Lisboa Tower, hello, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. The 953 Quebec Alpha, from I have the timer also floating. The Emirates depart that time 19ers. Question 17. Person Quebec Delta, you can line up and wait runway 02. The Emirates depart at that time 19ers. Your time on departure is at time 20. For Victor also continue uniform 4 ground 121 decimal 75518.
Uniform 4 ground 121 755, ground 940 to route, disappear.
Easy 57 Quebec Delta, wind at the end 330 degrees 10 knots, zero between 290 and 350 degrees, gusting 21 knots, runway 02 clear for takeoff 182.
Europa 58 Tango Yankee.
Alpha Tango Yankee, Lisboa Tower 18, continue approach runway 02, wind 320 degrees 13 knots, gusting 29 knots.
Continue approach runway 02, Europa 58 Tango Yankee.
As 70 Hotel Juliet, wind 320 degrees 13 knots, flow between 290 and 350 degrees, gusting 29 knots, runway 02, clear land.
Clear to land, Ryanair 02, Ryanair 70 Hotel Juliet.
Ryanair 10 Whiskey Bravo, Lisboa Tower 18, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Ryanair 10 Whiskey Bravo, wind 330 degrees 10 knots, roll between 290 and 360 degrees, gusting 22 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff 18. Ryanair 70 Hotel Juliet, continue uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
Uniform 4, 121, 755, Ryanair 70 Hotel Juliet, 18.31.
Five Tango Yankee, wind 330 degrees 13 knots, gusting 29 knots, runway 02, clear flat.
Get on runway 02, up 5 Tango Yankee. Towards our Golf, Runway, Delta, Charlotte, 02, 11.2 miles.
5 Sunway, boa tarde, muito boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees 13 knots, gusting 23 knots.
Approach runway 02, Golf, Runway.
474 Lisboa Tower, muito boa noite, behind traffic short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. Wind 330 degrees 10 knots, flow between 280 and 030 degrees, gusting 22 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff 18.
402, clear for takeoff, 18, approach 474.
Upper 58 Tango Yankee, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
Uniform 121, 755, Europa 58 Tango Yankee.
Departure 53 Delta, establish LS approach, runway 02.
53 Delta, Lisboa Tower, muito boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 340 degrees 14 knots.
Approach Portugal 53, Ecuador.
57 Whiskey, wind 340 degrees 14 knots, battle between 300 and 360 degrees, runway 02, clear flat.
Plan 02, Golf, Runway.
That's 105 behind traffic short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. 495, wind 330 degrees 10 knots, roll between 280 and 030 degrees, gusting 21 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, 18. Delta 57 whiskey, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 75518.
14, ground 121, 75518, temperature scale 57 whiskey. Ryanair 34 November Mike, established LS 02.
34 November Mike, Lisboa, boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees 16 knots.
In approach, Ryanair 34 November Mike.
Golf 53, Echo Delta, UKNH 1016, wind 330 degrees 16 knots, roll between 300 and 360 degrees, runway 02, clear to land.
02, clear to land, Aeroporto 53, Echo Delta.
1096, Lisboa, muito boa noite, UKNH 1016, behind traffic short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. 096 affirm, UKNH 1016, behind traffic on short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Wind at midpoint 330 degrees 15 knots, roll between 280 and 030 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff, boa noite.
Takeoff, runway
1253, Echo Delta, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, boa noite.
Uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, boa noite, Aeroporto 53, Echo Delta.
Lisboa Tower, boa noite, Ryanair 169, select Aviation, runway 02, 12 miles up.
1769, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees 12 knots, gusting 23 knots.
Copy, wind, continue approach, runway 02, Ryanair 169.
34 November Mike, UKNH 1016, wind 330 degrees 13 knots, gusting 23 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
02, clear to land, Ryanair 34 November Mike.
Portugal 832, Lisboa, boa noite, UKNH 1016, behind traffic short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. Late 3 Zulu, wind 330 degrees 12 knots, below between 300 and 360 degrees, gusting 22 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, 18. And at 34 November Mike, continue uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 75518.
Uniform 4, 121.755, Ryanair 34 November Mike, boa noite, obrigado.
At 1769 at wind 340 degrees 16 knots, runway 02, clear land.
Parallel right 2 and 1 copy.
One Alpha Golf, Slow Range 1016, behind traffic short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind.
Easy 54 Kilo Delta, full establish IRS runway 02.
Easy 54 Kilo Delta, Lisboa Tarelo, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees 20 knots.
Approach Easy 54 Kilo Delta.
Sol 11 Alpha Golf, wind at midpoint 340 degrees 10 knots, zero between 300 and 010 degrees, gusting 22 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff 18. Air 1769, continue uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 75518.
From 4, 121.75518, Ryanair 176.
Kilo Delta, wind 320 degrees 17 knots, below between 300 and 360 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 02, clear land.
Runway 02, clear the line, Easy 54 Kilo Delta.
354 Kilo Delta, just give us the wind which is the furthest on the gust. Was that 300 out the maximum at 27?
At the moment 300 with 16 knots, the maximum is 27 knots, below between 300 and 360 degrees.
Clear the line, Easy 54 Kilo Delta.
Thank you. 12, Juliet 2, Lisboa Tower 18 behind, traffic short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. To Juliet 2, just confirm behind the traffic on short final.
One day, speedbird 512, fully established, 11 miles, RS 30.
512, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees 17 knots, gusting 27 knots.
Continue to positive.
And at 12 Juliet Zulu, wind 330 degrees 10 knots, roll between 290 and 010 degrees, gusting 21 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff 18. 54 Kilo Delta, continue uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
121, 755, 54 Kilo Delta, bye-bye. And uniform.
Settle between 360 and question settle between 300 and 360 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 02, clear land.
Clear land, runway 02, beautiful.
Lisboa Tower, 19 Portugal, 783, hostile SLS 029.4 miles out.
783, Lisboa Tower, muito boa noite, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees 17 knots, gusting 27 knots.
Continuing Portugal, 783.
7 ILS 02, 10 miles.
Atenção, Lisboa, muito boa noite, aqui na approach runway 02, wind 340 degrees 15 knots, gusting 27 knots.
Aeroporto to Portugal 837.
Portugal 783, wind 340 degrees 16 knots, below between 300 and 360 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 02, cleared line.
Cleared line 02, Portugal 783.
512, continue uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755.
Decimal 4, sorry, say again, frequency was 512.
755.
755, see the 512.
Ryanair 922, Lisboa Tower, hello, ready? 922, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. Ryanair 922, wind 330 degrees 12 knots, below between 290 and 010 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff, one night. Well, 783, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, one night.
Uniform 4, ground 175, this one night, Portugal 783.
Ora, boa noite, Ryanair 86, Charlie Whiskey.
Ryanair 86, Charlie Whiskey, Lisboa, muito boa noite, continue approach runway 02, wind 340 degrees 14 knots, gusting 26 knots.
Continue 86, Charlie Whiskey.
Fuel 837, wind 330 degrees 14 knots, below between 290 and 360 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 02, clear to climb.
Repeat climb, Portugal 837.
Então 1040, Lisboa, muito boa noite, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. 40, wind 340 degrees, 12 knots, roll between 300 and 010 degrees. Runway 02, clear for takeoff, 18.
Clear for takeoff, runway 02, official 1040.
37, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
Uniform ground, Diagonal departure 37.
At 86, Charlie Whiskey, wind 330 degrees, 13 knots, roll between 290 and 360 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 02, clear one.
02, clear to land, runway 86, Charlie.
Tower 18 Portugal, 43 Romeo, Yankee, establish ILS, runway 2.
43 Romeo, Yankee, Lisboa, Tower 18, continue approach, runway 02, wind 340 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 24 knots.
Continuing approach, Portugal, 43 Romeo, Yankee.
646, Lisboa, Tower 18, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Wind 340 degrees, 15 knots, roll between 300 and 010 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff, 18. 186, Charlie Whiskey, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
Uniform 4, 121, 755, 186, Charlie Whiskey, obrigado, 18.
Good evening, Dr. To Mike, about this deadly sign, let's go.
To Mike, Lisboa, hello, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 24 knots. 43 Romeo Yankee, wind 330 degrees, 13 knots, roll between 290 and 360 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 02, clear land.
Clear to land, runway 2, Portugal, 43 Romeo, Yankee, please.
Follow 693, Lisboa, Tower 18, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. Angola 653, wind 330 degrees 7 knots, trail between 260 and 010 degrees, gusting 21 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, 18. 330 degrees 8 knots, gusting 21. For 3 Romeo, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
Uniform 4, 121, 755, Airport School 43, Romeo Yankee, muito obrigado, boa noite, boa noite.
Muchas.
Lisbon Tower, Alarm 12, boa noite, é Portugal 1207.
1207, Lisboa Tower, muito boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 16 knots.
Continue approach, runway 02, é Portugal 1207.
That's 72 miles, wind 330 degrees, 16 knots, trail between 330 and 660 degrees, runway 02, goodbye.
72 Mike, expressamente, runway 02.
Swelling 1 Echo November, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, behind traffic short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Rolling 1 Echo November, wind 330 degrees 12 knots, trail between 260 and 010 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff, boa noite. Break vehicle Cessna 72 Mike, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, boa noite.
72 Mike, via uniform 4, 121, 755, bye.
Airport School 39, Papa Tango, let's approach you 211 miles.
39 Papa Tango, Lisboa Tower, muito boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 320 degrees, 18 knots. Call 1207, wind 320 degrees, 17 knots, trail between 300 and 360 degrees, runway 02, clear land.
Runway 02, clear to land, Portugal 1207.
Motor 1 Hotel Hotel 10 Papa, holding for Mike 5, runway 02, ready to request.
Be ready, I will call you back shortly.
Our aircrew 922 and very good evening. We are now standing at established R02.
It's 922 Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees 13 knots, costing 26 knots.
Continue aircrew 922.
So 39 Papa Tango, wind 330 degrees 12 knots, below between 300 and 360 degrees, costing 26 knots, runway 02, close land.
Land 02, Portugal 39 Papa Tango.
So 1207, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 105518.
Uniform 4, 12175, obrigada, boa noite, é Portugal 1207.
Hotel 1 Sierra Papa, behind traffic short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic line up and wait via Mike 5 behind, Volodia 1 Sierra Papa.
Hotel 1 Sierra Papa, wind 320 degrees 10 knots, weather between 290 and 010 degrees, resting 21 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, boa noite. Gold 39 Papa Tango, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 1055, boa noite.
11755, Portugal 39 Papa Tango.
Muito boa noite, Açores 128, full establish LS approach runway 02.
128, Lisboa Tower, muito boa noite, continue approach runway 02, wind 320 degrees 17 knots.
Aeroporto, Açores 128.
Viet 922, wind 330 degrees 17 knots, below between 300 and 360 degrees, runway 02, clear land.
Runway 02, clear to land. Viet 922, and just for information, abeam our aircraft, there was green laser.
Thank you very much. Can you tell me to your right side or left side?
Left side and somewhere from the city, but it's at this distance, like a beam of our aircraft now.
Thank you very much. Vai para bem aqui, Lisboa, hello, fully ready? 35 Papa Yankee behind traffic short final runway 02 via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. 2020, did you copy the last information?
Affirmative, just 128, we'll check.
Obrigado. Foi Max Tango, voltaram muito bonito. Continue approach runway 02. And F35 Papa Yankee, wind at midpoint 340 degrees 13 knots, below between 280 and 360 degrees. Runway 02, clear for takeoff, 18. 922, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
1755, uniform, exceed 922.
Runway wind 320 degrees 16 knots, below between 300 and 360 degrees. Testing 26 knots, runway 02, good one.
900, plus line at 128.
Velocity 1 miles, Lisboa, Targa low behind, traffic short final, runway 02 via November 2, line up and wait behind.
Search 128.
Make right on uniform 5.
Turn on uniform 5, sorry, search 128.
Brake quality 1 Lima Alpha, wind 330 degrees 10 knots, flow between 270 and 360 degrees, gusting 21 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, 18. 128, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
4 ground 11755, obrigado, respondemos ao trabalho de todos, 128.
Alpine 7676, Lisboa Tower, bonito, continue approach runway 0320 degrees 14 knots, gusting 26 knots.
002 Alpine.
Runway 02, follow back. Roll 35 Mike Tango, wind 330 degrees 14 knots, roll between 300 and 360 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 02, good line. Malta Juliet Yankee, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind.
Hello, KLM 35 Whiskey, establish ILS 02.
35 Whiskey, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees 13 knots.
Approach KLM 35 Whiskey.
Juliet Yankee, wind 330 degrees 10 knots, roll between 270 and 360 degrees, gusting 20 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, 18. 35 Mike Tank, continue uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
4 ground 121, 755, obrigado, boa noite, ground 35 Mike Tank.
Wind 330 degrees 13 knots, roll between 300 and 360 degrees, runway 02, clear plan.
Land 00, Mike.
No space between arrivals, I will call back shortly. I'm 35 Whiskey, wind 330 degrees 10 knots, well between 300 and 360 degrees, testing 20 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Clear to land 02, KLM 35 Whiskey.
Alpine 7676, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 105518.
Uniform 4, ground 121755, Alpine 767618.
1907, behind traffic, short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind.
Runway 02.
1065, Lisboa Tower 18, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees 13 knots. wind 330 degrees 10 knots, travel between 270 and 360 degrees, testing 21 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff 18. KLM 35 Whiskey, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 105518.
11775, KLM 35 Whiskey, bye bye.
11755.
11755.
Wind 330 degrees 12 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 02 and down 1065.
436 from the channel, Lisboa Tower 18 behind, traffic short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. Lisbon Papa, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 12 knots.
Papa, continue approach runway 30.
Order 6 from Charlie, wind 330 degrees, 8 knots, for between 290 and 020 degrees, gusting 21 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, 18. 1065, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, 18.
Uniform 4 and ground 12755, Charlie 1065.
Papa, wind 330 degrees, 14 knots, for between 300 and 360 degrees, runway 02, clear flight. Runway 96, Papa November, Lisboa Tower, 18 behind, traffic short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Muito boa noite, continue to November, holding point, hold short runway 02.
Boa noite, Alpine 465, Alpha LF 02.
465 Alpha, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 14 knots.
Clear approach runway 02, Alpine 465 Alpha.
96 Papa November, wind 330 degrees, 11 knots, zero between 280 and 020 degrees. Runway 02, clear for takeoff, QNH 1017. 201 Papa, uniform 4, ground 11 decimal 755, good night.
Papa, uniform 4, 11 755, good night.
Line 46 and Alpha, QNH 1017, wind 330 degrees, 14 knots, zero between 300 and 360 degrees, runway 02, clear flight.
Tower, good evening, area 0539, establish standby, runway 02.
0539, Lisboa, boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 14 knots.
Continue approach, area 0539.
Tower 022, Lisboa, boa noite, QNH 1017, behind traffic short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. One 022, wind at midpoint 330 degrees, 10 knots, zero between 280 and 020 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff, 18. 146 in Alpha, uniform 4, ground 11 decimal 755, 18.
Uniform 4, ground 1175, boa noite, obrigado. Final plan for Yankee Alpha.
Obrigado, boa noite.
Atlantic 660 Papa, LS 02.
Atlantic 660 Papa, Lisboa, muito boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 10 knots.
Approach, runway 02, Atlantic 660 Papa.
Vera 0539, and wind 330 degrees, 10 knots, roll between 300 and 360 degrees, passing 20 knots, runway 02, clear climb.
Yes, runway 02, area 0539.
9127 aqui, Lisboa, Tower, boa noite, QNH 1017, behind traffic short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. to Sierra Kilo, wind 340 degrees 10 knots, zero between 280 and 010 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff, 18. 0539 at uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, adios.
Uniform 4 on 121755, I thank you 0539. Aviação 195, let's establish
Aviation 195, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees 13 knots.
Approach running 195.
Aero Atlantic 660 Papa, wind 330 degrees 13 knots, roll between 300 and 010 degrees, runway 02 to plan.
02 clear to land, Aero Atlantic 660 Papa.
Alpha 7 to Victor Romeo, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, behind traffic short final, runway 02, via November 2, line up and wait behind. Victor Romeo, wind 340 degrees 12 knots, roll between 310 and 020 degrees, runway 02, clear for takeoff, boa noite. Aero Atlantic 660 Papa, uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, bom dia.
Uniform 4, ground 121, 755, Aero Atlantic 660 Papa.
S7195, wind 340 degrees 16 knots, roll between 300 and 010 degrees, runway 02, clear land.
Runway 02 to land, 195.
And 9748, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, behind traffic short final, runway 02, via Mike 5, line up and wait behind. Niner 5, continue uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 75518.
Uniform 4 and ground 121, 755, we're at 197.
And then 90748, wind 340 degrees, 19 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff, good night.
Olá, boa noite, Portugal 1369, establish LS 902.
0369, Lisboa, muito boa noite, wind 340 degrees, 15 knots, flow between 300 and 010 degrees, runway 02, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 00, Portugal 369.
Check 330 degrees, 16 knots.
Obrigado. let's approach 02, 10 miles.
6969 Lisboa Tower, boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 340 degrees, 10 knots, gusting 23 knots.
Can I get a wind check please, Ryanair 6969?
330 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 23 knots.
Excellent.
And 6969 and wind 330 degrees, 13 knots, battle between 310 and 010 degrees, runway 02, clear to land.
Down runway 02, Ryanair 69.
1369 uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, boa noite.
Uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 755, airport Portugal 1369, boa noite, obrigado.
Lisboa Tower, muito boa noite, continue approach, runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 12 knots.
02, airport Portugal 2199.
Lisbon, turn air, 1 Fox structure for service 11 miles.
1 Fox structure, Lisboa Tower, boa noite, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 1 to knots.
Dinner.
South 21 Mike, wind 330 degrees, 1 knots, between 310 and 010 degrees, runway 02, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 02, airport, Golf 21 Mike.
69 uniform 4, ground 121, decimal 1055, boa noite.
69, boa noite.
Good evening, ET89, Quebec Bravo on Golf, holding shut off Quebec.
ET9 Quebec Bravo, Lisboa Tower, hello, give way to the Ryanair, crossing right to left, then continue Golf, uniform November holding point, runway 02.
Keeping way to the Ryanair and then Golf, uniform November, runway 02, ET89 Quebec Bravo.
At 1 Foxtrot Extra, wind 330 degrees, 15 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
To land, 02 Ryanair, 1 Fox Extra.
South 1 Mike, continue uniform Quebec, hold short Golf.
Uniform Quebec and hold short Golf, airport, Golf 21 Mike.
Towers, good evening, Turkish 6922, heavy, gate 422, QNH 1017, ready for Fushansa.
Turkish 6922, Lisboa Grande, hello, stand 422, pushback and start approved, facing south.
Stand 422, pushback and start approved, face south, Turkish 6922.
Air France 14 Juliet Juliet, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 02, wind 330 degrees, 14 knots.
Continue approach runway 02, Air France 14 Juliet Juliet.
Ryanair 1 Foxtrot Extra, contact approach 109.105.
191, do wind Ryanair 1 Foxtrot Extra.
Cheers, thank you.
Press 14 Juliet, Juliet, wind 340 degrees, 12 knots, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, airfront, 14 Juliet, Juliet.
1 Mike, continue Quebec, hold short, Romeo.
Continue Quebec, hold short, Romeo, Portugal to 1 Mike.
Sometimes if you taxi a little bit further, it will start to work, but I will call the airport.
Control 965, ready for that.
965, taxi, Romeo, short Quebec.
Press March 165.
A9 Quebec Bravo, approaching November, ready for departure.
Copy, ready, hold short, runway 02, call back.